Epoch did a 2-minute 150 on PTR. Nice. Yeah, so I learned that the splinter that gives you like the on-kill damage stacking buff works with your own demon kills, so you can probably just like spam bombardment all the time and shit like that. Pretty good. But I wouldn't really expect that to stay necessarily. Why am I not eating on camera like every other stream? What do you mean every other stream? I make it a priority to eat every stream. People need to know that I'm human. Even if both get nerfed, that's fine though. Yeah, I wasn't even using the splinter at all. And I was able to do like 3 minutes, 135, so... It's your first PTR, you're so overwhelmed. Uh-oh. Yeah, I wonder if you just want to use like bombardment or anything else, but I don't think you have like much opportunity to put other skills on your bar anyway. I guess you technically don't need like another step or something for pushing. Scream stacks faster. Flaring is so fast, you just play bombardment. I mean Scream over Umbral Chain or what? Actually, I want to try the new content. Let's see that a little bit. Let's see what's up with that. How do I find it? I guess it's just run around or what? Only 400 stacks, 200 does fine. Okay. I mean, 200 stacks is still a 1000% damage multi. Pretty good. That's times 10. So that alone is like over 8 tiers, I think. So we just kind of like aimlessly run around and wait for the nemesis to appear, or what do we do here? Yeah, you can link the video demo. But I would expect it's probably overall a pretty similar setup, right? Just a splinter. Marco did 145 for Blazing Scream. Yeah. He also was using the splinter. It should make something like a 10 tier difference running the splinter. Do I have the fishing pets? No, I have not actually fished once. Two minutes 48. Okay, it's the same skill bar. You can put this in, I guess. So this is a 150, guys. Apocalypse build. Seems fun, fair, and balanced, guys. Can I see in any way, like when I have this thing popping up here, or what do I do? Hits the boss for 200,000 trillions. Cool. Has anybody found new builds yet? That's not really new builds, I guess, that we will discover after a few seasons of the expansion. But I guess, you know, the balance is shifting. Barbs are changing a little bit. Paladins have maybe some stuff with Judgment and Blessed Shield and Fist of the Heavens. Can I show a new head? I'm running Lucians right now. I don't don't have the head right now. Okay, so what does it say about this stuff? Challenge dungeons, okay. Can be entered through portals that open in the overland. Enter them to fight against a fearsome boss. In tournament difficulty, you have to choose how difficult you want the fight to be after 3 tournament tiers above. Okay. A demon in the bush is worth 3 in hell. Look out in the overland, you will get snatched up. While roaming, on rare occasions, a demon will begin hunting you. Be warned about to become prey and have 30 seconds to flee. Dude, what is that mechanic in the first place? They have 30 seconds to flee or fight. What are we doing? Yo, Silence, thanks for the prime, by the way. I appreciate that. Oh, Luby is here. Hello. Did the video finish? Okay. Let's see the boss, actually. How fast does it kill the boss? I guess just like, you know, ramp it completely with bombardment, get the stacks up, and then go kaboom. Like, he has so much damage, you can even run Pyrosis on 150. Which is kind of hilarious, actually. Although he does have Fathomless. I see the 7 stacks there. Yeah, okay, he had some ants as well, so he stacked faster. Yeah, honestly, I think it's probably the bad idea to allow Warlocks to stack the Splinter with demon kills. Like, Warlocks are already looking like the strongest class. And on top of that, they would get like, you know, another times 10 from the Splinter that everyone else is getting. Like, it's gonna be kind of stupid. I think the interesting part about the Splinter is that you have to play around the kill streak, right? And Warlocks just like get infinite kills by themselves. Kinda crazy. Are we Warlock mains next season? Wait, did you just finish the stream, Libby, or what? Yeah, Warlock is definitely pretty hot next season. With a few builds for sure. There's not gonna just be like one build. I mean, Apocalypse is expected to be probably the strongest pusher, but yeah, there's gonna be plenty of like 140 plus builds, I think. It will depend a little bit on like what they do with like some of the really OP stuff. Like Overwhelming Aspect is really strong, but only works for cult skills, so there's not really many. That's basically Apocalypse and Doom, but I tried Doom and it was not really great. Eviscerate definitely has a bit of potential. Blazing Scream is really good apparently. I guess Health Fracture is not a cult skill, so that would also profit from that. That should be really strong. Okay guys, I cannot fight a single challenge dungeon or like an, what are they called? Overland ambush. You beat Mephisto once I end on a W. Nice. Yeah, I saw you were practicing. I respec my paladin to Oradin, so I am completely worthless on bosses. So I'm ready to get carried. Is Lunatic any good? Yeah, Lunatic is, I guess, slightly better compared to before, so that's still gonna be a very good build. Actually, I'll have to cook a little bit. Maybe gonna throw in the hands of Apotheosis, and then we're gonna be leaping around non-stop with like infinite resource. Might be kinda nice. Then Helltides. I'm not sure if Helltides count. It says specifically roaming around in the open world. So I'm just running around and I'm trying to find something. But I've been going around for like 10 minutes now and like I found nothing. So I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do here. Maybe I have to kill stuff? I'll carry MP. Yeah, you should still try the poison builds. Maybe you're gonna save that for next season. Poison pension is definitely something you will like, I think. Or poison barrage. If you wanna just like full Pepega fire into packs. When you leave town, unfortunately, soul spinners disappear off your character in your inventory. I should try to make a seasonal character on the PTR. Wouldn't sadistic aspect be OP on Blazing Scream? Yeah, I know macro build it with like life on kill. So sadistic aspect is very useful for that. And that would probably also give you like more splinter stacks. But yeah, I would not expect that splinter mechanic to make it to a lifestealer, so. Paladin fixed this set for night. They barely fixed anything on the Paladin, so Paladin is like really down bad, I think. They made the judgment set 20 stacks instead of 40 with like double the damage. But that doesn't really solve the problem of the slow ramp on bosses. They did something with like the Blessed Shield, judgment stuff. We'll see. Is Paladin still dead? Yeah, not really. I mean, you can now play lots of builds in T12 at least. Like even lab bosses and stuff. Because everyone is getting somewhere in the range of like 50 to 150% more powerful. And also something in the range of like 50 to 100% more toughness. So, you know, there's like a pretty massive power creep from the season theme itself, basically. But yeah, in comparison, Paladin is definitely way weaker than like Warlock or something. Yeah. But at least, you know, a lot of stuff is now so elevated that it doesn't really matter that much, right? If like Torment 12 is the goal, then you'll have plenty of options. It works and doubles your stacks, but the spinner's gonna die. Yeah, okay. Any new endgame or still same old? They did add some seasonal stuff here of these challenges. I'm trying to find them right now, but I don't know how to. I guess I have to just kill stuff. I'm gonna start killing stuff. I've been running around now for like 10 minutes. Couldn't find anything, so let's just see. Also be on Torment 8 for some reason. Zorg, Pana, Necro will still suck this season. Yeah, as I said, right? You have plenty more options now, and you know, if you were upset about Paladin being weak last season, or Sword being weak last season, then now is a definitely better time to play them. Someone was asking about Doris Crown earlier, so here's the Doris Crown. Interesting, when it's in a stash, it doesn't show the amplified buff. Only when you equip it. But the splinters don't actually work in the Doris Crown anyway. They just give you the res. Good luck, Livy, by the way. I mean, yeah, I just think that you have played so much of the God Rogue now. Might be worth exploring something else on the class, you know, there's plenty of good stuff on the Rogue. And personally, like, one of my favorite builds is the Poison Pen Shot. Ah, look, here. That didn't take long. Challenge Rift. Okay, so I think you have to kill stuff. It's basically like visions. Okay, let's see it. Kind of funny that here it says Challenge Rift instead of Challenge Dungeon. Amazonian Challenge Rift. Slay the Rift Champion. Plus 10 difficulty, plus 15 difficulty. Wait a second. Debated. It says plus 3 torments. But that's not true. Plus 1.5. It would still be interesting to see if after plus 50, after plus 10 it becomes different scaling, but this will be hard to test. Eagle horns and Azaraths. No Azarath actually, that doesn't work with the poison. Disgraced Spear Maiden. Okay guys, that was a plus 15. Boss. Challenge boss. Okay. Cool. Let's see the loot. Wait. Okay, this is without filter. Wow. Sick. Alright. So that was the challenge dungeon. Okay, so wait, can I go out again? Wait, why am I here? What? I wonder if the portal is still there. It was somewhere there. Yeah, cool. Yeah. Yeah, so challenge, it's kind of funny because it says challenge dungeon, so you kind of expect there's going to be a bit more stuff going on, right? Then you go in, instead of challenge dungeon, it says challenge rift, which definitely has a very clear indication of what it's supposed to be. But there's basically just like a boss room, and that boss just dies one shot. I don't know. Not sure what they're doing here. Before Apocalypse on the chance stacks, you mow the lawn. Yeah, I mean, Apocalypse is extremely upgraded compared to before. And it was already the best build, basically, together with Lunatic. I wonder if these things can pop up in Helltides. You have to try this as well, I guess. You got a challenge rift after the intro scene, right after creating character. Got 3 blue pieces as a reward. 3 blue items at level 1. That's actually not even that terrible. So I got the same actually, and also 3 yellows. So that's the reward for leveling to 200 Paragon and going to Torment 12. It doesn't seem like plus 3. I mean, this build is very powerful, so I don't know. I mean, if it's only like a basically like pit 125 boss, I can easily one-shot that. It doesn't seem like it's a lair boss. I don't know. Maybe it's like levels. I would have to try this on like a weaker build, basically, where you can compare this a little bit to lair bosses. Heroic's crown only takes effect if you get the same accessory on your ring or amulet. Yeah, I don't think these spinners are supposed to go into Heroic's crown and have an effect there at all anyway. So I wouldn't count on that. I'm pretty sure this is intended that they don't work. Boss of gem fragments. Wait, did this boss actually drop a lot of gem fragments? You guys are saying there's gem fragments? I didn't notice anything. Yo, Schneider, the Ring of Fire Granger is not in a game. Okay, we got very lucky here. We killed like one guy earlier and got a portal, and now it's just nothing. Can we one-shot the World of Apocalypse? We can, yeah. I'm pretty sure I can one-tap a world boss with this build. Rock is a mythic charm in this game. Correct. But it was also in the patch notes as a new item. Will Paladin be any good? Well, it will definitely drag behind the other classes. Well, I guess there's 3 good classes and 5 bad classes, so it's gonna be one of the 5. But yeah, there will be a bunch of builds on Paladin to play anyway, I guess. You know, Shield of Retribution is still there. You know, the Zeal, the Divine Lance. There's like some stuff with Judgment that might be something. They're like upgrading that, but I'm not really planning to test Judgment, to be honest. I'm not a fan of that at all. They fixed the Wing Strike stuff. That should help. Maybe some Wing Strikes action, we'll see. What are the good 3? Warlock, Broke, Barb. I need to try this with the Lorix Crown and Sockets. So it's probably just a bug though, that it works with the Lorix Crown. Okay, it's a struggle to find these portals, man. Okay, here's 40% damage reduction, lose 40% speed. And we have that as well already. So now this one is grayed out. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I haven't gotten an ambush yet. I have done one challenge dungeon though. 32 million toughness. What are they doing? Okay. Yeah, it seems fun, fair, and balanced, guys, I think. I hope it wouldn't be nerfed. Yeah, we will need it for the challenge dungeons, guys. You better stack 100 million toughness. Source, trust me, bro. Yeah, so it turns out if you have the splinter socketed in your jewelry and then have the same in the Loris crown, it works and it also buffs it. The broke mechanics is fun. Okay, but sure, for like 3 hours. What are you gonna do the rest of the 3 months? Okay, it's very hard to find these challenge dungeons. I guess I should try a bit of Helltide and see if I can trigger an Helltide. I've also not gotten a single ambush. I've been running around here for like 15 minutes. Three hours for me is 30 hours for casuals. Nah, I don't think so. I mean, obviously I'm faster and more efficient than other people. But even very casual players with this sort of power will have nothing to do very soon. Yeah, this is definitely not intended, guys. This is not happening, so forget about it. But it's a good meme. Diablo fans who complain for the other 3 months that there's nothing to do. Classic. Good thing they nerfed Glint's Anvil. Well, joke's on you, Glint's Anvil is the best defensive aspect in the game. But I mean, there's like some specialized exceptions, like debilitating toxins. Or disobedience. But in disobedience I'm not a big fan of, to be honest, because of the 2-second timer. And even outside of the 40 DR you get from Glints, you also get 2 resolve stacks, which is usually like an offensive benefit too. Okay, I'm gonna try some Helltide, fuck it. Let's see. So das hier erstmal. Warlock has damage increase depending on resistance on certain element, let's say fire. What if you put Ruby everywhere, including the heroics? Yeah, that's gonna give you like maybe like 5% more damage than you would otherwise get from like a normal setup. Like your resistances typically reach something like 85% already. And they cap at 90 anyway. And you know, going to 90 is like an extreme investment of like, you know, all the rubies basically. And yeah, you know, the damage number doesn't really go up basically. We'll be gearing our followers in season 15. Stay tuned to find out, but I think it's likely. Although we don't have that many items to emanate yet in the game. But I do have the Nemesis Bracer. And there might be like some other candidates of like random stuff that might be M&A shenanigans. We'll see. I need a pet, I think. How do you get that skill on left mouse? I open this and I click this. Is the material drop rate splinter additive or multi? Well, who knows? I don't even know what it works on. There's like no data on that at all. That no one has any data on this, so. I mean, realistically, there is no other sources of crafting material drop rate besides the stuff you can roll in charms. So I guess all of those are just like one additive multi. But you normally don't really have any of it anyway, right? Even if you do have a charm, it's like 5% extra or some shit. So it's like not really different. Does not tower level increase materials by a few hundreds or just for XP? Nothing says anything about crafting material drops. I mean, they do go up, but you don't know if that is like some, you know, special multiplier or whatever, so. As I said, there's like no information about this. Wait, why is there ruptures here? What are these guys doing here? Hopefully they're staying. I mean, I don't mind, I guess. I mean, it would be kind of weird to farm them when you don't get season rep for it. But I guess. I'm not allowed to rate such a great game when I'm a D4 streamer. I'm not allowed to give my opinion about Grim Dawn, guys. Nice. Good to know, actually. Holy man. I tested erotic post. Yeah, they sent you like 3 things or so to try it out. But, I mean, there's nothing really special about it. Just that it takes very long to claim anything. Which sounds like it's gonna be related to shop shenanigans. Okay, so who is allowed to raid Grim Dawn, guys? Like, I'm probably like one of the like mainstream RPG streamers that has the largest repertoire of different RPGs to play, right? Like, a lot of people are just literally one game streamers, right? I think I'm like one of the most variety in this genre. Cooked, man. Absolutely cooked. Wait, why is it like fresh meat and stuff, man? Oh, that's from the guys. Interesting. I should have a lot of boss trophies. I imagine they were useful for anything. You were issued a card. Nice. And how did my character turn to the left? Oh. We got one. So in Helltide, guys. You can get it in Helltide. Time for the challenge. Oh, it's a different dungeon. We're in the spirit realm thing now. I'm going to do +10. I guess it's like 1 chest, 2 chests, 3 chests. It's a different guy. Should actually check what they do. They have 5 million health. 3 million. Okay. And now it's only 2 chests. Insane. Okay. Okay, still no nemesis and stuff. But he can get the stuff in Helltide. This means he's not gonna go into like open world. He's gonna go into Helltide basically. How many attempts? Looks like those challenge dungeons are just story bosses. I mean, I did say that the challenge dungeon content is gonna get replaced by something else after BlizzCon. So they're gonna put some other stuff there. Some other bosses, I don't know. So they don't wanna spoil it right now. It seems the approaches get enough DPS to skip all or most mechanics. I mean, I think it's fine that you can outgear encounters. But the problem is that, in particular in Diablo 4, you have like these massive jumps in power and massive gaps between builds. So you have like a wildly different experience in all stages, with depending on what you play and so on as well, right? Like I can take this build, I just one-shot every boss in the game. Or, you know, I take like Warlock build number 5 and I actually fight these guys for like 3 minutes. You know? Like... In PoE 2, for example, you don't really have these differences, right? You have like relatively standardized fight duration. And then at some point it gets so powerful that you blast everything down, and that's okay, you know, like outgrowing the content I think is fine. But the thing is that you don't really outgrow anything in Diablo 4, you know, you just always one-shot everything, right? Because if you don't one-shot everything, then you're just playing the game wrong, right? You're like literally not playing correctly if you don't one-shot everything. And that doesn't even mean that, you know, like you're overgeared or anything. You don't even have to play a strong build for that. Even in weak builds, you know, the intention is you will one-shot everything. And if you don't, well, you go to a difficulty where you can. And that's it, right? So that is the real issue with this game. The challenge rates are already better than last seasonal content? I wouldn't say that, to be honest. I think these tears and stuff and the ruptures, they were relatively well liked. Yo, Vashand actually stopped a lot of stuff. Yeah. I wonder if I do profile mind cages if they get buffed in the challenge dungeon. Why is it important to one-shot everything in auto progress? Okay, so there's several reasons. The main reason is just efficiency. Like, if you're not one-shotting everything, then you're just not playing the game the way it's supposed to be played. You know, you're just like struggling for no reason. And you're getting less XP, less loot. You know, you're making it harder on yourself, and you get less out of it. So you're like very strongly disincentivized to ever challenge yourself in this game, basically. If your goal is to progress and to, you know, complete your objectives, complete the season journey, get rank 1, you know, anything that you can do that has any sort of relevance, this incentivizes you to try hard, basically. Outside of the actual, like, tower rank 1 push in the end or something, right? But the, like, 200 hours to get there, you know, the actual game, you don't do that. So that is, like, the main problem. And then there's also, like, the other problem, which is that the jumps in difficulty between, like, Torment tiers, for example, are ridiculous in this game. It's like every Torment tier is 5 times harder than the previous after Torment 4. So you basically have to, like, completely annihilate Torment 11 to then go into Torment 12 and, you know, basically not slow down almost at all. Maybe in, like, you know, in a few seconds per run or something is, like, acceptable. Because the rewards are just not scaling in any way either. Like, you barely get more XP, you don't get any more gold actually, you barely get any more loot, you get, you know, not really much of anything more, basically, for going into a higher difficulty. So it becomes 5 times harder, and you barely get any sort of reward for that. So the logical conclusion is, you have to completely annihilate everything all the time to not lose that efficiency, basically. Or, again, you're gonna, like, struggle for no reason, and you're actually gonna get less out of it. So difficulty scaling is, like, completely out of whack, basically. The increase in reward doesn't match the increase in effort. I mean, first of all, it cannot match the increase in effort, so, you know, that would be ridiculous, right? If, like, we go up in Torment and it gets 5 times harder, and we also get 5 times the amount of rewards, you know, that would get out of hand really fast, right? But at very least, there should be something that is, like, sort of like an unlock or something, right? Like, going to Torment 11 and now we can get this, and going to Torment 12 and now we can get that, and so on, right? We have nothing like that at all, right? It stops at T10, and even before that, we have, like, a bunch of these things where it's like, okay, now at Torment 2 you get this, Torment 3 you get that, but it kind of has unlocked almost everything really fast and very easily. And then, once in T10, it's basically over, and then it becomes 25 times harder to go to Torment 12. And also monsters deal 2.5 times the damage. And you basically get almost nothing out of that, right? So you can have, like, a shitty 850 in every slot with 0 masterworks, shitty aspects, no uniques character, and farm Torment 10. Or, you know, you spend, like, 200 hours when maxing and then farm, like, Torment 12. But there's not actually any sort of incentive behind that. It's just for the lulz, you know, I can say I can do Torment 12. Like, there's no intrinsic motivation for a player to go to Torment 12, really. Outside of saying I can do it. You get more GA and mythics. Yeah, but do you? Is your Torment 12 build actually better at farming GAs and mythics than me going on my Aura then? One of the shittiest builds we actually have in the entire game right now. Do you think your T12 build can beat my Aura then on T10? Okay, here's another one. Another worm. Okay. What are the chances Warlock doesn't survive the PDR nerfs? 0. Warlock will be insane. Like, there's way too many things they have to nerf in order to not make Warlock insane, so... This didn't actually hit me. Oh, you can just walk for this guy. Wait. He spawns on you, I guess. Yeah, anyway, the loot is absolutely horrific in this. That's for sure. Like, honestly, at this point, I wonder if I would even go in here, even when I'm not specifically hunting for this, and just randomly get a challenge dungeon. Like, the thing is, every time you go out, it just teleports you back to Gyaku. It doesn't even get you back to where you were. I have to go back to this helltide where I was. I have to remember where I was, like, I don't know. Is there no music intentionally? Wait. Oh shit. Wait, that was actually my mistake here. I was on the wrong scene. We had music actually. Seasonal storyline and Gyakul. Yeah, it probably puts you back to Gyakul for the seasonal story, but why does it put me into Gyakul and not where the portal spawned? How about that? Right? I literally walk out of the thing, you know, through the exit, and it puts me into town. Like, what? What is this? I was wondering why I didn't hear the alert earlier. I just saw the sub from Olaris. Thank you so much, by the way. Yeah, I was on the wrong scene. Sorry about that. Look at them gaunts here. Holy. These guys actually drop a lot of boss trophies. I didn't realize. There's actually a relatively good extra Forgotten Souls income, I guess. Is it? I don't know. It says that these maggots explode and often drop boss trophies. But I never noticed anything about the explosion. Like, I'm not sure what that is actually supposed to do. Okay, I have no idea how to trigger one of these ambushes. Everyone has any tips? They'll fix it by calling it a portal of mystery, and now it's a mystery where we wind up. Yeah, it's gonna teleport you to Gyakul, or to Kyorashad, or to Karigar, who knows? It's kind of funny, I don't even have to cast Apocalypse to kill stuff here. Just like the chains and in the sigils, they just kill stuff. No, Lion, good luck. Apocalypse is very fun build. What's the fastest way to farm favor tokens? Probably Infernal Hordes, I guess, or Pits. I think they drop from elites, and you have a lot of elites in Pits. You can try that. Well, ambush could be completely random. I mean, I've been going around for like half an hour now and I haven't gotten a single ambush. I'm just trying to see it once. I want to see what happens. You know, I have like some build testing to do and so on. So like content-wise, there's not really that much here. Honestly, I think it's actually a downgrade to pick up the trophies node. Like, I think that's actually just bait, right? Like, it takes longer to like pick up all the stuff and then I can also use the trophies later. They give me like nothing. It's just like a waste of time, right? Every time there's a... Alright, the butchers. Okay, so they're still not fixed. That's good to know. Actually, are they gonna stand there? Wait, I can try the Lorik's Crown. I want to see how much damage they do. Let's see. We have... wait, why is my damage selection not working? Don't I have the thing? Lorik's Crown, hello? Wait, it stopped working. It's not giving me the DR. I want to see with like 100 million toughness how much damage reduction do I need, you know? It will probably kill me with 100 million toughness as well. But for some reason it's not working now. I'm not sure what is happening. What if I do this? No, that's broken, guys. F. Yeah, I did report this, by the way, about the Meat Brothers and the Viscous Death Boss and the Demonic Chains and like everything that has like a chain on enemies. They're all like buggy, I think. So maybe they're gonna do something about it. I guess they were in the way of that or something. Blizzard must be watching a stream. Yeah, they're like really quick at fixing stuff. Gotta comment that. The effort. Fast fix, yeah. Incredible. Yeah, so I just can't get these ambushes. Let's go ahead and fix the Earth set. Are we done with Druid until next year? What is currently the best Druid build? And what are you doing? Danger. Okay, I guess he's gonna go around and see what happens. The logout Druid is the best Druid. Highest is 130 of all, yours are 117%. Okay, so you have like, what, 30 resolve stacks or something? Times 17, so 510. Instead of, it'll be like 120, right? So you have like, let's say times 6.1 or 2.2. So you have like roughly triple the damage. So triple the damage is 4 tiers? Oh no, tiers are not challenge waves. So challenge waves keep popping up. Yeah, it's 4 tiers. 4 tiers too strong right now. Guys, they need to nerf Druid. Sorry, you have to fix Druids to be 3 tiers weaker. Oh wait, what happens if I don't choose anything? Yeah, I just realized. Dude, this is not get a chest. Let's see. Different guy. Now my toughness needs to work. Why did it not work in the Hell Tide earlier? Sus. Min-max somewhere in 130, ethical gaming. Oh, I misclicked. Sorry. Oh my god, man. It puts me here again. I'm just being, and there might be some snapshotting stuff going on, but I was trying to like, unequip him and so on, and it didn't come back, so I'm not sure what's going on. Also, for some reason, it's now active in town. This is like a town area, right? So usually stuff is not active in town. Including this, I think. But I get it now. So it's definitely a bit sus. Seems good, guys. Good ring, I guess. Now I have 700k toughness. So why does it work in town but not on a mount? That is surprising. I thought that would be like the same kind of condition. But look at this, I have 700k toughness on a horse. Literally 20 times less. And then they knock me off the horse and I'm invincible. Logic. Random toughness and snapshotting of tasks is going to make a fun season. I mean, this is only because the Lori's Crown currently works at the Splinters, and it's not going to, so forget about that part anyway. I'm gonna do this here again. Can't wait for the post next season. I was riding, blah blah, and there was one shot. Yeah. You know, hardcore, you just can't use the horse most of the time. There's like so many builds where you have like these conditional defensive modifiers, and they're just like not active on a horse. Like you literally can't use it sometimes. Even running to the world boss or something. I hear sometimes some people they get one shot on the world to the world boss or something. You know, stupid. Did anyone seen like one of these warnings pop up or something like that? No, right? For the ambush? If you're truly hardcore, you walk everywhere. What we need is like a... wait, what is it called? Like PUBG. What is that genre again? Battle Royale. Yeah, Battle Royale. Or Diablo 4. Then you mentioned that like, you know, 100 people like spread out somewhere in like Fracture Peaks. Loading in with level 1. You don't get a horse. There's some random butchers running around. You have to collect like loot and skills and or skill points or something like that. I think it would be very fun actually. And then like the zone shrinks, and there's like some other like hazards going on and so on. Would you Battle Royale and default be awful? I don't know, I think it would be super fun actually. You just need to like, you know, make a few like extra special rules. Like low level PvP is in a relatively decent spot compared to high level PvP. I think like a bit of tweaking, you could make this really cool. Like we did a bunch of these like PvP events like starting from level 1, and it's really fun. Because you actually have like fights, you know, you don't just like one-shot each other all the time and so on. You hate PvP, and the PvP genre Battle Royale is the most hated one. I know, man, there's a lot of people playing Battle Royales now. Isn't it like one of the most successful genres? Or maybe it has like dwindled a little bit now, but it was like insanely large, no, the last years. I mean, I don't expect I would ever do something like a Battle Royale thing, but it'll be funny to try. And it was pretty successful in WoW, I think, the Battle Royale thing they had with the pirate stuff. So that seemed pretty cool. But it was team-based there, right? I'm not sure if you could do like solo queue. PvP in these games is always bad. Nah, I think Diablo Immortal has shown that isometric PvP can be very fun. In Immortal, they did a really good job, outside of the pay to win. But you know, like the combat and the fights and stuff, they were really good, actually. It's like the only game that has ever done PvP right in this genre. Likelihood of Immortal classes coming to 0. To Diablo 4, that is 0. They're not gonna risk adding a Diablo Immortal class to Diablo 4, man. Like, this is not happening. That will be a PR disaster from the get-go. Was you need is a Diablo 4 tidy sim game mode. Wait, what is that? You hope all these Hellfire builds get nerfed. Yeah, I mean, people are just abusing like the Splinter that you can stack with your own kills instead of monster kills and so on. So that is a big contributor. I mean, even without that, I guess 150 would be doable, but it would be, you know, an actual push and not just something you trivialize. Overwhelming Aspect is probably gonna get tuned down, I imagine. This one is kind of ridiculous. And then it's gonna be looking kind of more reasonable. I'm wondering if people actually like Battle Royale or they just like winning over a lot of players. I must show time to see raging people every time they don't win. Yeah, okay, I mean, this is what you sign up for, right? Like, there's 100 people and only one can be the winner. So 99% will be losers. That's just the nature of the game, right? It's not like a, you know, 1v1 where, you know, you have like a 50-50 win rate. You have literally a 1% win rate on average, right? So, but this is not necessarily even the goal, I guess. You know, and the goal is to just enjoy the game, right? And you just accept that you very often will not see the end of it, I guess. Brute guard. Interesting, this poison part is like doing no damage. Okay, why don't they just like do something like, okay, here's one chest that gives this, here's one chest that gives that, and here's one chest that gives the other thing, and then you choose one. Like, what is this? Okay, I got like, I don't know, 6 of these challenge items so far, 0 ambushes. I can't spawn these ambushes, guys. I've been doing this for an hour, by the way. So, I don't know. No info about changes in game mode? What do you mean? What's the easiest way to get hardcore or 50 for Steam achievements? I guess play Dance on Ice Rogue. And then get to level 25. And farm Undercity to get 1 point for the XP globes. And then if there's some Undercity to 50. It should be pretty safe and easy. Could be like done in like an hour or 1.5 or so. Doing anything open world will be a nightmare again. Can't wait for 28 for Warlocks, not seeing anything on the screen. Yeah. I mean, the thing is that you're never gonna see like multiple Warlocks in one spot, right? I mean, they will one-shot the entire screen and move on. Even with the world boss, you know, they was gonna one-shot the world boss and move on. So that's not gonna be that bad. Actually, it's 3 minutes on 50 Motorato. Need the option to disable other players' skill animations. I don't think we do. It's not like WoW, where I constantly see like 20 people blasting the boss and hiding all the other stuff. It seems like in general, like the XP from these albums is unchanged, right? I just realized. Need to see how much I get, but I should be getting like a quarter of a level from one Hellworm spawn or so. Okay, let's go this thing. So this time it doesn't work again. Why does it not work? Look. Now I don't have the extra toughness. For some reason it doesn't work here in the Helltide. Weird. Where's the guy? The patch bombs killing people in hardcore. Yeah, apparently it had to do with if you had word skin equipped, then the barb shouting next to you would kill you or some shit. I'm not sure what the fuck happened there, but this is apparently what happened. The question is, who equips word skin? I guess they deserve it. Those challenge lines are really underwhelming. Yeah, they're just placeholder, because they're gonna change them for the actual season launch. Any news for Paladin? Yeah, there's like some change to judgment builds. Fist of the Heavens might be something. Yeah. Big problem though is the embattled nerf. Embattled aspect was kinda cool. I played a lot of that for season 14. And made it very easy to sustain Blood Mad Idol and resources and so on. So now I can't spam ready forever anymore. Fun build. Yeah, Epoch was pretty cool. Played a lot in season 13 when the Warlock came out. It was like the second build I played in the expansion, I think. After the Tyrant's Grasp build. It seems like SP gloves are completely unnerved, by the way. I got like 40 million XP here or something. You can't play upper, too much flashing explosions. Yeah. Definitely something. Warlock is looking pretty fast. Yeah, I mean it's not a rogue or something, but it's definitely going decently fast, I'd say, these days. They buffed the nether step animation a bit. It definitely is more smooth now. So it feels a lot better. I think it should be good for stuff like Drag Claws and so on as well, like all these Abyss builds with the footfalls. They will feel pretty decent now, I think. Hi, Chris. Maybe kill stuff? Like, I don't know. Do I kill stuff to get an ambush? I guess I kill stuff. I've been doing this for an hour and I don't have an ambush. I don't know how to get an ambush, guys. Oh, Lion also said I just saw that. Thank you, by the way. I'm making leveling build for Warlock. Leveling wise, not very much is changing, so I don't think that our maximum guides will really shift at all. I already made the Apocalypse leveling guide for season 14. I mean, I will do a pass over the leveling guides and stuff, but yeah. I think there's really gonna be any adjustments. We have a Lunatic guide, we have an Apocalypse guide. I pumped both those out like a few hours before season 14 launch. I have the Eviscerate guide. The Dragclaws guide. So yeah, I think I have like 4 leveling builds. Or 5 actually now. But I think there's one more. What else is there? Maybe it's only 4 actually. They have not nerfed the Hellworms at all. Are the ambushes whisper ambushes? No, it says while roaming they will hunt you. The sigil's massive now. Oh, I have 16 overpower stacks. And they made Hammered Stone work with the Ritualist Shard, not just a fragment. And 200% instead of 100%. So previously you got 0 bonus, now you get 200 bonus. 30% size per 2 stacks of all power, so I have 8 times 30. 240% extra size. These are large sigils. Previously this was 10% per 2 overpower, so this was 80. So I went from 80% increase to 240 increase. Almost double the size. Did Neko get any help? Hell no. I don't know what you want from me, Homer. There's no German in there besides ja. What do you mean? Diablo for Rouge of Warlock. That's the game now. Danger. How broken is the class? Yes, Mark, actually. If you thought Barbs were good, or Druids, in Season 14, then get ready. Happy all the experts are migrating to another class. Easy. It's Rob talk then. Yeah, I don't know how Rob is talking. Or what he's talking about. And I also don't necessarily need to know. Do Warlocks have any semi-AFK T12 builds? Like Whirlwind or Dock? Ah, Terrastorm should be strong enough, I guess. You could do that. You would have to press the button once a minute though. And I mean, there's the Fiend of Abaddon build I want to see. That should be very good, but it's a bit more active. I guess there's Bombardment. Maybe you can actually just make Bombardment and just like hold down Bombardment and kill everything while you're running. That might be strong enough. The setup is not really optimized at all for that purpose, but just walk and hold the Bombardment might be a thing actually. I mean, here I'm not really killing anything with this because it's not buffed by anything. I heard like a bell. Was that the Nemesis thing? Wait, let's wait here. I didn't see any notification or something. No. Okay. So this is not the ambush apparently. Yeah, the Screaming Skull build. Yeah, I mean, Blazing Scream is very strong this season. I'm definitely gonna play Blazing Scream as well. Should be very comfy as well. Should I roll weapon damage or aim for cold damage or something else? GA. Crit damage GA, dex, max life on the bow. Yeah, so you want weapon damage or all or cold. Which one is the stronger one? Depends on like your gems and if you have like any other. Wait, why do I have double prison by the way? What happened here? Anyway, I guess you have to like math it out. Like weapon damage roll is probably somewhere in the range of 9 to 10% depending on how good it is and the investment. If you put, yeah, you don't want to put a masterwork on it, I guess. Something like that. And then all damage or cold damage. It can roll like 20%, 25 with masterwork. So if you have something like less than 110 elemental or so, then that should probably be better than weapon damage. On rogue it's usually kind of close between weapon damage and elemental, depends on like if you have any other elemental besides your gems. Have you tested Granger Ring? I have not, it doesn't exist. Noob Arak, I like that name. Hello. It's this guy. Yeah, I don't know what to do, guys. I can't find these ambushes. How does Stone of Stone work? It just equalizes all your res to the highest. But it does not take into account some temporary bonuses. Like, or like, you know, other bonuses, like, for example, the new aspect for Warlock. They give you like extra fire or extra shadow res. Or tacits is also outside of that system. Basically, it just takes a static, I think. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much faith do I have that 15 will be a good season? 8, I would say. -2. Before BlizzCon 8, after BlizzCon 11, 2 days after dive, -3. I mean, okay, to be fair, you know, a lot of classes are not in a good spot, but they have a lot of time to fix stuff. You know, it's 6 weeks until launch. So this PTR is early enough to react. We're gonna have some surprises at BlizzCon and so on, so... Yeah, I hear the sound again. Is that like anything from like the Helltide? Like, what is that sound? Ding. When are they going to release new skills? I mean, maybe in a year or 1.5, I guess, that's the next expansion. But I don't think they should do any new skills right now. We have so many skills. We just need to make sure that we actually want to play them. You know, like half of them are buggy or undertuned or something, so that's a problem. I think it's not really like a lack of skills. But it would be nice if they would take a few designs and like, you know, change them a little bit. Like, for example, you know, core skill Ravens. Like, who has ever looked at Ravens since the expansion launched? Just bring back the core skill variant, or like put it on the back of the Kill of the Blackwing, for example. Stuff like that. Bring back the old shotgunning Bone Spear. So a bunch of stuff that used to be like, you know, evergreen builds are just like gone now for no reason. So they should fix that at least. Trample Slide. What's the best build for Warlock? Looks like Apocalypse so far. And this looks like the best build in the game basically, currently. The sound happens in season 14, it's a nearby rift. Okay. That's something to do with the Nemesis. What's new for Apocalypse? About 3 more zeros. What's my opinion about Health Fracture? Yeah, I'm not a Health Fracture enjoyer, I must say. And I think the only realistic way to play it is the Abyss version. But it should be very strong, if you like it. Exile. Wait a second, what is Exile doing here? Wait, is that the guy? Did we get one? Why is it Exile? Okay. Here. You are safe from demonic ambushes for a short time. 1 minute. Wait, what? Okay, this is a difficult encounter I was promised. So what do we do? How do you make it difficult? I'm trying to stand in the AoE. Okay, what do I do? Okay, difficult, guys. Press 4 for more challenge. Okay. Okay, we found an ambush, and now we have 2 minutes of no... We have 2 minutes of safe health hiding, guys. I'm glad. What is that for? Yeah, so you don't get overwhelmed by the incredible amount of difficult boss ambushes. Just log out and log back in to expedite the save time. It probably works, actually. Let's see. This mechanic was made for druids. Yeah, it's not like a Helltide ambush. Like I was running around in Helltide now, but this is supposed to happen anywhere. But I mean, realistically, no one is gonna go anywhere besides Helltide, right? That's the thing. Like I thought this was specifically something that cannot happen in Helltide, you know? And you go around somewhere else, you farm Whisperers or whatever, and then, you know, you get the, you know, you complete the Whisper or two, and then maybe there's like some extra chance for this thing to happen, right? Something like that. Where it's like, okay, I'm gonna go in the open world and stuff happens. Okay, so my recording was 79 minutes. That's how long it took me to find one of these things. Actually 80 minutes, because I started it when I already had the first portal, but this was like literally when I walked out of town. So it took me 80 minutes to get an ambush. It took me 20 minutes for the second challenge dungeon. And then 10 minutes for the third. And then 9 minutes for the fourth. And that was it, actually. I mean, maybe there was another one in there that I missed. You could go in smaller steps. This only saw. So this was 2. 3. 4. We actually did a lot of stuff here without getting on 5. Okay, here's another one at 50 minutes. Okay, here's 6. So I got 6. Roughly 1 every like 15 minutes or so. Or 12 minutes. And then we had the ambush here. So let's see when it's actually spawned. So here, there's a timer. I almost moused over it. So it just happened here. I killed this pack, and then it just appeared. But there's like no message or something. It's just like, I thought there would be like a pop-up like here in the middle or something, right? like you know, big, like you are being hunted or whatever. And then it just gives you like this little thing here on the bar. Connor seems angry. Yeah, for good reason. There's a pop-up. Wait, what pop-up? 30 seconds before. No, look, here it starts. Here, this is a 30-second timer, and there's no pop-up. What do you mean? What do you see? Ah, no, there it is. Okay, it starts like 10 seconds late. Warning. A powerful demon has your scent. It will ambush you in 30 seconds. A powerful demon will ambush you in 10 seconds, guys. Get ready. Try to kill it or back to town, yeah? Escape, guys. I'm not ready. And now I have this thing here. Now we are safe from ambushes for 2 minutes. Yeah, log out, guys. You have 30 seconds to log out before the demon ambushes you. So here, now I see the spawn. I was like, what is going on? I don't see the demon. So he has like a super long spawn animation or something as well. And then he comes down like after 10 seconds. How long does it actually take? Okay, so not only do I have like this 30-second warning, but then look how long it takes. Okay, I have the thing open. But here, it's already showing there, right? I guess you can see it from the icon here. So here, right? Now it's elapsed. Okay, 10 seconds. Actually, I think it says something here. A powerful demon is appearing nearby. Okay, so 10 seconds. 20 seconds. 23. Yeah, so 22 seconds after the 30 seconds are over, he appears. What? Did I use Code of Escape? Yeah. Oh my god, man, it's X-Fault the Hunter, guys. Watch out, man. Soon he's gonna join forces with Kickstarve the Helltide Assassin. And I was really trying to take damage, okay? I was trying. I'm playing a Warlock. I was trying. Why don't you bring at least back the Season 3 X-Files? You had like a bunch of more moves, and he was actually Giga Chat and hurting you. What is that loot? Ah, shit, I had my loot filter on. So I didn't actually see what he dropped. Because I filter everything. Oof. Okay. Yeah, I think now that we have seen our seasonal content, guys, I guess I can do like a little summary on that. And then we can do some more build testing. We have a bunch of stuff to try on Warlock, Zork, Barb. We'll see. Okay. It's gonna be a bit to drink and stuff. Hey guys, I think we're gonna record a video or two. The seasonal content is like really bad, I must say. That's kinda oof. Yeah, I'm playing D4 remotely, just with my mind, you know, while I'm in the kitchen making a drink. We have the technology these days, guys. Neuralink, you know, pretty effective. The Elon implant, exactly. Hi, Narasiel. Did I try ever Diablo 2 with me and Exile? Yeah, I like me and Exile a lot. It's like some years back, like I don't know, 7 years ago maybe or something like that. But I did like a playthrough with a friend of mine, like for a month straight or something. It was really cool. Very good mod. Okay, get ready for some high YouTube, guys. All right. Hi everyone. So I've been trying out more stuff on the season 15 PTR. I already made a video about the first impressions, the new uniques, and a bunch of stuff like that. You can go check this out. But here I want to talk about the new seasonal content. So we're getting challenge dungeons and these overland ambushes as they are called. So we have this here. This is in the patch notes and I didn't really know what to expect exactly. So this is this here. So basically you have two different like new types of like encounters that can appear while you are in open world. So this is not like integrated into any other systems the way it looks like, not in a pit or anything like that. Just a footnote on this, the season 14 ruptures are still present in the Helltide. I'm not sure why or if that is going to get removed, but at least on the PTR they are present and but they're kind of surprisingly just there. So if you like farming those, they didn't go anywhere so far. But that might be just a bug. However, here's a challenge dungeon. So the TLDR on this is, it's basically just like a very tiny boss room with like a placeholder boss right now. These are all like just some random dungeon or campaign bosses or something like that. I didn't expect they would be incredibly hard. I talked about this like on like the first impressions like PTR patch notes video last week. And I figured that with like the option to make them 3 torments above what you can normally do, like fighting like a torment 15 boss would be actually pretty challenging. Not just that, but a lot of builds would actually struggle to take them down in anything less than like an hour or something like that. But that does not seem to be the case. I mean, okay, to be fair, I am playing Apocalypse Warlock, which is most likely the strongest build of Season 15, the way it looks right now. But I can absolutely just one-shot these bosses. So this is what it is, even if I choose these like higher difficulties. So first of all, it says it goes up to +3 torments, but it actually just goes 1.5 torments up. You know, +15 is 15 monster power, so 15 pit tiers, but 3 torments would be 30. So that is already like a way lower scaling from the get-go. And I also think that these bosses don't really fit on the same level as like lair bosses, for example. Lair bosses are significantly harder than a regular dungeon boss, for example, of the same tier. And I was expecting this would be more like a lair boss encounter, and maybe that would actually be like a bit of like a, you know, an experience before that, right? Like some dungeon and there's something special going on, maybe, you know, something along the lines of how Vaults differed from the regular Nightmare Dungeons back in Season 3. But that is also not the case. However, to be fair, they did call out that this is placeholder content, effectively. So that might change completely when the season goes live. I think this has to do with the BlizzCon announcements they're gonna do. There's like some secrets that they haven't shown us for Season 15, and I guess the future as well. But they don't want to spoil something here. So I expect you're gonna see some special bosses specifically designed for this content, or maybe that is integrated with like the seasonal quest line and stuff like that. But something is happening, and these dungeons, like these challenge dungeons here, they're kind of like just whatever right now. Here's another example. So there's like some random campaign bots. There's like this Spirit-born area. So it's effectively just like a lair boss arena. You walk in and you choose the thing. Depending on which of the upgrades you choose, you get one more chest every time. And that's about it. And these guys also don't really drop anything, to be fair. So you get like nothing. They're just completely worthless. So they're both not really challenging and not rewarding in any way. And just to give a bit of an idea, I was trying this out now for 80 minutes. So you see here, this whole recording was like 80 minutes. I got 6 of these challenge dungeons, just kind of like going around in hell tides for the most part. And this means like every like 10, 12, 15 minutes or something like that, I got one of these spawns. Yeah, they're also not really threatening. Yeah, overall, I'm not impressed, I must say. This is not really what I expected. I was hoping for something way cooler than this. But again, it's going to get replaced, I guess, and we'll see what is going to be the final result. But even if they make this way cooler and way more threatening and stuff like that, the rewards are just not really there. So I'm not really sure why I would even go do this in the first place, because they just don't drop anything. I think it would be nice maybe if there was, you know, like these free chests and they just kind of get stronger or like more rewarding depending on the difficulty you choose, and actually make it like, you know, plus 10, plus 20, plus 30, so that we can actually really ramp it up and then get like way more payout at the end, and maybe allow us to choose from different chests, a bit like how Helltide or like the Infernal Hordes chests work, for example. Right now it just like drops a bunch of random nothing. Basically, this is without a loot filter on right now. Just to give you an idea here, Torment 12 with like plus 2 extra difficulty. This is what I got, so nothing, basically. Yeah, so pretty bad. Yeah, I also tried the Overland Ambush. So this is something that also sounded pretty cool on paper. So the idea is you kind of go around in the open world, and then like a big demon ambushes you, and it says this is a difficult encounter. Yeah, so let me fast forward this a little bit. It took me 80 minutes to find one of these, so it's definitely way more rare than these challenge dungeons. So this also happened in a Helltide here, so you don't specifically have to go around, you know, just like run around in the open world or so. I tried that for a little bit at the start. I was just like on my horse for 15 minutes or so, nothing happened. So I think it is actually triggered by monster kills. Same for the challenge dungeons. It seems like it's a little bit similar to the Visions of Enmity from Diablo 3, where you have to just kill stuff in the open world, and then you get a portal, basically. And this also seems to be the trigger for this. And here's our good old friend Exile again. So this is the guy that pops up, and this is a difficult encounter, yeah. I really tried to take damage here. I'm playing a Warlock with Apocalypse build, so this is like one of the squishiest builds out there, basically, that you could potentially imagine. And yeah, I tried, but I could not actually get this guy to like hurt me in any way. And I also, like, it wasn't really very hard to defeat him after I started attacking. So I'm not really sure what they were thinking here, but this X-Files is definitely not the boss I was expecting to see. And he also does not seem in any way threatening or, again, rewarding as well. So it's just like the same problem that the other challenge dungeons have. You don't get anything, they don't hurt you, like there's no point to anything. I expected like something along the lines of like a world boss popping up here, to be honest. You know, considering how hard it is to spawn one of these guys. And then, you know, like this whole like, yeah, run away. You have a 30 seconds timer to run away and flee if you don't want to fight him. You know, this sounded like, you know, this is something you might want to avoid for some reason, right? Like you don't want to lose your Cinders in Helltide, or maybe on hardcore that will just absolutely wreck people. But nothing of that is happening. And yeah, this was that, basically. And then you get like this 2-minute buff here where you are safe from demonic ambushes for a time. I think you're safe anyway, because these guys just don't even appear. And the funny part is you have this like 30 seconds timer as well at the start. So I didn't actually notice this at the start. So you see this here on my buff bar, like the first buff that will appear in a second. Here is the thing. So this is like this 30-second timer that starts randomly. And I didn't actually notice this at all until the guy basically started popping up, and I saw it on my minimap that there was like a boss icon. After like 10 seconds of getting that icon, then I get this warning on the screen that says a powerful demon has your scent. It will ambush you in 30 seconds. So they like warn you in advance, like again. And then there's like another pop-up a bit later where it says again, like, okay, that's gonna be like a demon coming for you. And then it's also like a 20-second spawn animation once the timer has actually elapsed as well. So you see now it's kind of like swapped to this other icon now. This is after the 30 seconds are already over. And here's like the minimap showing that the guy is appearing. I didn't really see, maybe there's like a ground effect as well, but with this build, I had no idea what was going on. Maybe you can actually notice exactly where he's spawning, but it took another 20 seconds after that for this guy to actually come out. So I gotta say, oof, to be honest. I think this is a big oof so far. So, okay, I can maybe forgive the placeholder boss fights in the challenge dungeons, but at the very least, they need to be like giga beefed up and way harder and way more interesting and also way more rewarding. There needs to be something here that I actually care about. That is definitely completely missing. I don't mind that there is like, it's basically like the Nemesis layers a little bit from doing Diablos, right? You just get a random portal, you go in, and then you get maybe some loot, maybe you get some cool mythic drops or unique drops or something like that. So I don't really mind the idea of this. It's just something that interrupts the general farming a little bit and gives you something else to do here and there. It's not really such a bad thing, but it's like completely undertuned. And the same goes for these overland ambushes. We also don't really know if there's going to be any sort of like special seasonal reward that goes with this. There are these splinters that you get as like a new seasonal power creep feature, basically. These are special stockables for your jewelry. And I suppose that they will drop from those dungeons, but at least on the PTR, that is not the case. So maybe this is the main reason to actually go do them in order to get those gems. But, you know, they are extremely powerful rewards for, you know, an extremely underwhelming boss fight. So in that case, you know, it doesn't really check out, basically. Especially with the, you know, sort of note here that this is supposed to be like challenging and stuff like that. So yeah, this is the seasonal content for now, guys. This is what I can say. I'm not really happy. So I was hoping for something way better. And let's hope that they're gonna be cooking and making this more interesting in some way. And again, I guess we have the season 15 like secret BlizzCon announcements. So let's see what happens there. So there's definitely some hope, and it's also still quite early for them to, you know, take the time from the PTR now, and it's 6 weeks until the season launch. So a lot of time to actually turn this around, I guess. But yeah, this is what I got here so far for season 15, season content. Let me know what you think, and I'll keep you guys posted with more stuff on the PTR. I have a bunch of build testing to do, and yeah, general impressions. So you'll see those soon. Hope you enjoyed this, and see you guys next time. Okay. Cue outro, I guess. Did Blizzard draw 25 cards above Necro? Yeah, they have 50 cards in their hands now, actually. It's getting kind of hard to hold them. Is it disappointing? Yeah, I mean, the seasonal stuff is really bad. Yeah. This is like really awful. I don't really know what I need to do in order to get the Lorik's Crown effect to work. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't, but I don't know why. Don't worry, Claude has a lot of thingers. I do, they really need to start using Claude, actually. The game will become much better very fast, I think. They have to cook at BlizzCon, yeah, they have to. But now it works. I don't really get it. Expansion is sold. GG, my work is done here. D4 devs. I mean, at that point, why do you even make like a seasonal update? Like, why do you even make like seasonal content that we already know in advance is bad, basically, right? Like, why don't you take like the limited amount of resources and time that you have to actually like just work on other stuff? Is there any hope for D5? Yeah, I mean, D5 will be developed in like a very different world, right? You know, if you're talking about like, let's say a decade from now or something like that. And especially starting with like a blank slate will like just like fix a lot of issues by itself, right? Like they have like such a, you know, crazy spaghetti code, you know, it's like a tumor, right? It just keeps growing. And you know, it's like completely unfixable, I guess, from like the ground level, right? There's like so much like backlog of bugs and like, you know, spaghetti and everything in this game, you know, that okay, they guys kind of try to patch it together and as they go, but you know, if you start fresh with like a, you know, a complete new code base and so on, I think it could solve a lot of problems that we encounter back, you know, again and again all the time. Spaghetti code is being held together by the existence of mortar crux and other crux. Yeah, I like that. Hi, cube guys only. Thank you so much. Your code is terrible. Did I work in software development? Because I'm talking a lot of sense. I don't think you have to work in software development to have common sense. But I did try a tiny bit of coding when I was very young, like when I was like 13 or something. And my brother is actually like a senior like team lead in like a software company and stuff. So I know a little bit, I guess. You ever seen the Bethesda layoffs? I heard about that. You believe they will do that and not just repeat the same mistakes again? I mean, that depends on like what sort of talents they will keep, right? Like, I mean, they have now like a very young team that is like slowly building up expertise over time, right? And yeah, obviously they make a lot of mistakes because it's like kind of the first major game they're working on or whatever. And you know, like if those people stick around for Diablo 5, then they can definitely do a lot of things a lot better from the ground up, right? From the start, basically. So whenever they actually start development on Diablo 5, then you know you will already have an idea, okay, like, you know, this was bad, this was bad, this was bad. And then okay, how do we solve this, right? And then okay, the stash system, you know, like the code merging between the patches, you know, like so many like kind of like rookie mistakes that they keep doing. And some of it is just like so ingrained somewhere in like the game's design and the game engine and stuff like that that it's like very hard to actually go in and fix it, I guess. But if you start it from like a blank slate, then you have the option to do it better. So that's what I'm talking about. What was actually good about Diablo 4? I mean, not everything is bad about Diablo 4, right? They are obviously doing some things right, you know, with how successful they are. So it's just that they're doing a lot of things wrong, and in spite of that, they are still successful, right? Somehow. Which is kind of crazy, but somehow it works. But yeah. Why don't you just hire someone like me for QA, balance, and ideas? I mean, I already talked to them a lot about QA and balance and ideas, right? And they don't pay me for that really directly, so Why would they hire me? I guess the bigger problem is they would actually have to give me authority, right? So I wouldn't be hired by them if what I say doesn't have the weight that it needs to have, right? I would just say no to that offer. Like if they tell me, okay, I have freedom to decide what is the class balance, what is the seasonal content, what are the priorities of bug fixes or something like that, and then they go actually do that thing, then I would say, yeah, okay, that makes sense. But if I'm just like one of the cogs in the wheel, there's no point for them to hire me in the first place, right? If like my voice doesn't matter, then what's the point? So, why would I do this? It's only successful of the previous development of Diablo. If these people started a franchise, it would went to shit instantly. Yeah, I think the Diablo name definitely carries a lot. And like the nostalgia and like the marketing and so on. So they're doing something right there for sure. And I mean, on the casual end, it is a very successful game, right? Like Diablo 4 is played by lots of people. And many of them have no idea of all the problems that we discuss here the entire week during this PTR. They don't even know what PTR is or what it means or that it exists in the first place. So, there are some people so far disconnected from all of the troubles that we talk about. But I think even for those, it must be relatively obvious that, certain things are just not working well in this game, right? Like we also have stuff that affects those people, just like the performance right now, or like, sometimes server crashes, game crashes, whatever, these sort of things, which, in my book are already like relatively minor issues, but at the very least, those will affect even like the super casuals, right? And yeah, other things as well, right? Like if you try to make a build and stuff is just not really working, like you press a button, it doesn't do anything. Like that is definitely a problem, right? So, and then people like start wondering like what is going on here? Yeah. Before they start working on something, I should ask you or Rob or any big glasses in the scenes if it's a good idea. Yeah, I guess they don't really do that. I guess they have like their own ideas. I don't think it really lacks ideas. I think it's more like the execution part that is really problematic. I feel like sometimes they come out with like interesting stuff, or at least like the thought behind it is interesting, but then like the execution is just completely terrible, right? So they can obviously pitch me some idea and I can say, yeah, this sounds good or this sounds bad. But even an idea that sounds good is not necessarily executed well. So, how does it matter then, right? Like, I looked at, for example, this stuff here. I just made this video, right? About the challenge dungeons and the overlap ambushes. And I was looking at this when the patch notes came out and I was like, yeah, that sounds kind of cool. I'll do this. Why not? And now we played it and it's just completely awful. So what's the point? You know? Why have game designers employed? Yeah, I mean the thing is that like a lot of companies have like outside consultants, right? Like if you go beyond game development as well, like usually when something is bad or like not working in a company or something, right? Like it goes down to shit. Then they hire like consultants to come in from the outside to bring like a new perspective or a new framework or a new organizational structure or something like that, because they have that outside perspective. Like that is the selling point of that, right? And for example, I don't know exactly the internals of how everything works in Diablo 4. Of course, I know some of the devs. I talked to some of them, and I know a little bit of how they function. But I have never met like 90% of the dev team, and I have no idea what is the internal structure and who's reporting to whom and how the teams are structured and so on. So I don't know. right? So I have that outside perspective, and I can give, you know, certain insights from that outside perspective. Where like if you're like inside that game development team, you know, there's like a culture, there is, you know, unspoken rules, or maybe not even, you know, maybe actual rules about how things work, right? And you know, they have like some sort of like habit, I guess, of how things function that is like completely you know, not in the picture for me, right? So that is kind of the main advantage of having people from outside giving you another perspective, so that you can actually take that. And it could just be that they're like so in their like own bubble of, okay, this is how we do things, you know, and they don't even like notice all this talk that we like, all this like negativity and all this, you know, people hate the content, people hate the updates, people are disappointed every time, right? So maybe they don't even know about this. That's what I'm saying, because they're just like so in their own world, right? And this is why you need to have outside people to tell them what's up, actually. So game dev will ambush me in 30 seconds. Uh-oh. I got the safety timer now. It's elapsed now. Uh-oh, guys. We're gonna get ambushed. Dude, you imagine like the game masters in WoW, where they just like appear somewhere? You know, there's just like caught in, like slowly, you know, like rising from the ground here from like a hell portal or something. And then he just Thanos snaps me. Yeah, you have been banned. Oh god. The GM got fired for cheating. Yeah, I saw that. Very funny, actually. I agree, you can get lost in your own game, but taking 3 steps back and looking at it from outside is difficult. Yeah, exactly, that's what I mean. And you don't even necessarily have to do it as yourself, right? This is why you have people from outside that you trust that can give you opinions. So that's the whole point, right? And I mean, they do have the PTRs in Diablo 4, and they also have other stuff, like, for example, like last August, like 1 year ago, basically, I was there with a bunch of other people, and we were testing like Lord of Hatred and the new classes and all that, right? That was 8 months before the launch. So we saw a bunch of stuff, and we talked a lot of stuff, and actually a lot of things did change as part of that feedback that we gave back then. So, you know, it did help. But yeah, then they're kind of like, you know, I'm not sure if it's like stubbornness or if it's just like they can't really do the things that you want, you know, out of incompetence or out of time restraints or something. I'm not sure. Or maybe they just disagree with our takes, right? They might just say, okay, we want to do something else for whatever reason, right? But yeah, this is just how it goes, I guess. I doubt they're not aware. Starvin himself watched my stream. Yeah, I imagine we have a lot of like Blizzard devs that kind of like watch the stream here and there. And then I wonder like what actually happens whenever like on a rant and someone is watching. But yeah, maybe especially now they might be watching. Who knows? Woody ARPG when? I don't think I'm gonna make my own ARPG. I mean, we can talk about something like, you know, uh, lead dev or something, or like game director for like maybe Diablo 5 or some shit, right? If that's like far in the future, then who knows? But realistically, the thing is that game development is not something that I think would be too suitable for me. Like, I think I could do it, and I could probably do a passable job, but I don't think I necessarily would like it, basically. So, you know, I will have to work for a company. I don't work for myself. So that's like problem number one, right? And I like working for myself, basically. So there's that, which is kind of like the main problem with that. And then it would also kind of depend on like how much say I would have, right? Like I wouldn't want to be involved in game development when I have too little influence. And I think that, for example, the Diablo team works quite democratically. I'm not really sure how exactly all the decisions are made and stuff like that. And I guess sometimes, like individual ideas are like overruled by the game directors and whatever. But for me to consider something like that, I would have to have a lot of influence. And if it was not like Diablo, then, just like making your own ARPG is kind of like a lost cause from the start, You're never gonna compete with Diablo, you're never gonna compete with PoE. Even like a game that is like relatively passable, like last Epoch, look at all these troubles they have. Like making your own studio to try to make an ARPG, it is just like a doomed cause from the start, basically. And there's so much competition these days. PoE is not going anywhere. Diablo is not going anywhere. Like, what are you gonna do? And all these other like RPGs that come out, there's like Titan Quest 2. Yeah, sure, that's gonna be like a nice little game and stuff. But even, they know they cannot compete with D4 and with PoE. So what are they gonna do? Well, they're gonna make a game that doesn't compete with them, right? They just make a completely different game in the genre that is not seasonal based, that is not endgame focused, and that just offers something else. So that is like the only reasonable way to kind of like break into the market from like a new studio perspective, or like from like a kind of like a smaller name perspective. So yeah, TLI is doing relatively well, but I mean, this is also, mostly because of the monetization they're doing well, right? I don't think that they have like this sort of like large player base, at least in the West, right? I mean, okay, in the East and in China and stuff, they have a lot of people, and that kind of carries them. But yeah, there's also like just completely different like philosophies at play there, right? Between like the Western game design and the Eastern game design. I think PoE was considered a Diablo competitor in the beginning. You have to start somewhere. Well, obviously it was not a competition for Diablo, but then it slowly grew and grew and grew. But I mean, PoE is now like, 1.5 decades in, and it's also not going anywhere, right? Like PoE has almost all of the engaged ARPG audience captured, right? And they're not going anywhere. Because even if one of the PoE games sucks, they still have the other one, and they will not make both of them suck. So, that is like unthinkable right now. That in the next like 10 years or so, PoE is really gonna go down somehow. And yeah, that means any other game that tries to be in that same space of, seasonal live service ARPG is just gonna get crushed between PoE and Diablo. That's just the reality. So there is no other game that will come out that has any chance here, I think. Yeah, I hear some talk about like Riot games, but I mean, we haven't really seen anything about that. I'm not even sure if that's still in the works or whatever. And even if it is, it's years away, Like, we haven't even seen anything about it. So, these games take a decade to make. So even if you start now, your game will come out after Diablo 5. So, what are we doing? So, like, the TLDR of game development these days is that like your game is dead by default. Your game comes out dead. Like every game is dead on arrival until proven otherwise, basically. Whenever there's a new game, it's already dead until somehow it pops off, basically. There's not many games that are actually successful compared to the amount of games that are being developed, right? There is so much just like, money and time and effort spent, and so many studios are closing because they have like, one or two fails in a row because the games don't pop off. There's so much competition. And it's not just that you have to compete with the other RPGs, but you also have to compete with other games, right? There's like this whole like GTA 6 coming in November, and everyone is scared of that. Like everyone is gonna be like, oh my god, I'm not gonna release anything in like the 1 or 2 months before and after, right? Everything is gonna be clean. There's gonna be GTA 6, and then there's gonna be a month of nothing. So, you have that stuff as well. So Grim Dawn makes millions and millions. I mean, you know, they somehow popped off with their little game, right? So they did pretty well. But yeah, I think realistically, it would probably make sense. Like if you wanted to start a game studio now and try to be in the RPG market, you should probably make like a smaller scale game that is like relatively polished in like the little it offers. And you know, it's like very expandable with like extra content, you know, after you realize, okay, this is actually going somewhere. So this is probably what you have to do. I wonder if GTA 6 can match the expectations people have. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I did delay it a few times to try to like polish it more and so on. You remember PoE delayed the League launch because of Cyberpunk release? Yeah. And we're laugh when GTA 6 comes out, takes over Twitch, and a month later half the Twitch audience goes away, and some people start saying the game was good. Why did we hype it up so much? And 2 3 months later, really after release, it fades into the background. I don't know. I mean, people are still playing this like GTA 5 like online RP stuff, and that is still going pretty strong, I think. And I guess GTA 6 is that, but on crack, right? So as long as there's no like so major shortcomings of okay, like the game is just bugged to shit and unplayable or whatever, then yeah, I think that's gonna do pretty well for like a long time. So obviously, you know, the hype wave will come and go, but there will be a relatively strong core audience, I guess, for GTA. What about Palworld? I had 2.1 million players in the first week of EA. Nice. Yeah, apparently it's pretty addictive, I hear. Oh, it's console only and no multiplayer on launch. Interesting, okay. GTA 5 Online is still one of the biggest games out there. Yeah, exactly. And, you know, like, something like GTA 6 with like this budget and this development time and everything they put into this, like this could be a banger for sure. I mean, I'm not really a big GTA fan, I would say. I did play GTA 2 and GTA 3 20 years ago or whatever. And yeah, it was fun. But you know, I'm not like crazy into that series or something. So what do you think about Dark Haven? Will it come out? It will come out actually, because if not, then they have a problem. They did the Kickstarter and they successfully funded the Kickstarter, promising they will make the game. So if they don't make that, I'm not really sure how this works, but I guess they're gonna lose all their money, right? So you backed it, and there we go. Yeah, so they barely won the Kickstarter campaign basically, and we'll see. I mean, it didn't go for much. I think they raised like 500,000 or something, and I'm not sure how many people are on the Darkhaven team, but it's not that many. But even if they have like 10 devs, or maybe a little bit more than that, 500,000 is not that much money, right? This is it's like a year, maybe if you're optimistic, 2 years. Yeah, 500,000 from 5,000 backers. So they got on average 100 per backer. Kind of crazy, actually. Am I doing Epoch video? I would have to like fix the planner and stuff like that first. I wanted to talk about the Orc's Crown, actually, and the splinters. Yeah, I played this game like a little bit some months ago when they had this demo. So this is like from some of the original like Diablo 1 and Diablo 2 creators, so like very old school people. And yeah, it's like a bit of like a sandbox game where you can like destroy and build the environment and stuff. I think I made a video here. Yeah, so that's kind of what it looks like. They have like relatively similar like D2 style itemization with runes and stuff like that. This was just like a demo, so it's obviously like pretty early still. This was like, I think their timeline was something like there should be an update later this year and then maybe launch next year or something like that. But yeah. How good will the game be? I think it's gonna be kind of something with what I just said earlier about, okay, make like a small scale game, but kind of like polish it very nicely with like what little it offers. I think that is kind of like the main priority and as well for them. And there's definitely some interesting there with like, you know, how you destroy terrain. Look here, there's actually the timeline. Q4 early access. And look at this, even this game, right? They founded this company 5 years ago. Look at this. Literally 5 years ago. Look how long that takes. And this is like such a small game, basically. If you compare to like D4 or PoE 2 or something like that. Right? It takes so long to make these games. And then you can spend like, you know, 7 years on this, or 8 years or something like that, and then you release it, and it's gonna be, you know, outdated, no one's gonna play it, you have no marketing budget. You know, if you have a small studio like that, it's not really looking good, to be honest, in terms of if there's gonna be a commercial success. Yeah, they basically have to bank on old school, you know, D2 enjoyers or something to like the game and just kind of play it and advertise it for them, I think. Oh, look, boot.dev. Yeah, anyway. AI will create any game you want on the fly. Yeah, for sure, they will do that. Yeah, maybe in 10 years from now we're gonna get there, but we're not quite there yet. And even then, right, it's not just create a game, but it's also, is it a game that someone wants to play? Which is like a more important question, I guess, to like, get right? Like, yeah, sure, maybe can AI generate a game, and maybe it actually does a relatively good job at that. But is anyone willing to play that? Dark Haven raised 500k, that should pay for that easily. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. 500k is not very much, right? Like, I don't know, typically, I'm not sure what like wages in like game development. I guess they're not that great. But, you know, if you include like all of the like, you know, company costs and the taxes and, you know, all that kind of stuff, I guess you're talking about like 50k for one developer per year or somewhere in that range, I guess. If you're like in the US at least. I'm not sure. I think they're mostly US guys. So I guess, you know, that is like a team of 10 people for 1 year or something along those lines, right? 500k is not a lot of money. You know, they're like on a very tight schedule. They barely reached their Kickstarter goal. And yeah, now they have to deliver, basically, right? And the thing is that all these people that back the game, that are already excited about the game, they will already get it from the Kickstarter, right? This is why they backed it. Like, it's already going to be included in their package or something. So they're not even going to sell anything to those people that backed them in the first place, right? So it's only going to be the other people that they can actually earn anything from. Yeah, okay, it's like their own company. I imagine, you know, they probably try to get away with like as little cost as possible and whatever, right? So I can see that. But yeah. I don't know how many people they have exactly. It's a relatively small team from what I know. So yeah, 500k is gonna sustain them for like a year. Maybe if we're very optimistic, 1.5 years or so. More like 100 years. XTX. Nah. It's a hard business. Do you believe in the whole story and studying about the game? It has to do something to the mind more than just dopamine on loot. Yeah, I mean, they have like a pretty interesting concept here of like how the world changes and how you can like destroy objects and like you can like destroy walls in a dungeon and kind of go through the wall if you want, or you can like build it up and you can actually, there's like three-dimensional like movement basically as well. Or yeah, also have like environmental effects, like you can actually like, you know, reroute the river and like let the water go somewhere or something. So there's stuff like that in this game basically. So it's like an interesting concept, but I think like the standard ARPG crowd from like the, you know, the popular like, you know, Diablo PoE games, I don't think that a lot of them will really enjoy this game very much. So I'm not sure who this is actually made for. It's like, I don't know, a little bit like ARPG meets Minecraft, I guess, or something. But without like building like a base. I don't know. The older crowd, as democratic polls, has investment money. Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Even if you start investing into like one of these projects now, you know, it like, you know, if someone comes up with like, hey, I have an idea for a game, right? And then you have to start completely from scratch. Again, we're talking about like minimum half a decade until we see anything from that, right? It's like so slow to do this. So just imagine where PoE 2 will be in half a decade, right? Like, what a crazy game this is going to be. We need Elon to fund a game he can be #1 in. Yeah, he's #1 just fine now in this game. Actually, he did have the... Did he get the rank 1 druid? I think he did get the rank 1 druid on trade hardcore. At least in the first week, I saw that. Year 2 is not my thing though. Yeah, I mean, that's another issue. But either way, I don't really expect that the video game market and like the for the studios is really gonna improve anytime soon. There's so many people trying to make their games. There's so many games coming out. And as I said earlier, you know, by default, a game is just dead on arrival right now because there's just so much competition. You know, there's so many people trying. And yeah, some of them pop off, but almost all of them are just fails. And not necessarily because the games are bad or because they did a bad job. It's just that it never has any audience and it just never really sells anything. Imagine where the 4 will be in 5 years. Where will the Diablo 4 be in 5 years, guys? Where? +1 stash space. Okay, I'll take it. Anything else? Deploy the public roadmap. I mean, next month, maybe they're gonna give us a bit of an idea of where it's going. Is D4 even alive in 5 years? Yeah, absolutely. Same as streaming, most people are stuck with less than 10 people. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, there are so many people trying to stream. It's kind of the same story, yeah, as like video game development. There's so many people trying. And I mean, okay, at least compared to like video game development, right, where you have to like make a studio, hire people, invest years and years to get anywhere, and then, you know, it fails. At least when you stream, you don't really have like any sort of loss besides the time that you invested, right? Like you don't have any economic loss from it, really. You know, So at least, you know, nothing can really go wrong like this. But yeah, in terms of game studios that like, you know, do this and fail, yeah, you know, like they're gonna be stuck, right? So public roadmap, the one they published was burned up, so there's none. Titan Quest 2 is single player average, but they're eager to play the full game. We're gonna see a bit of Titan Quest soon, actually, I guess. Very soon. A lot is in the name behind the studio or the studio. If you no name these days, good luck. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of like these like random like indie games that like really pop off sometimes, right? But it's like literally these like one-man projects or something. And somehow they kind of like, you know, they hit the right mix and it just somehow pops off, right? And then a lot of people play like, you know, some random stuff like Mega Bonk, for example, right? It's just like a fun game and people play it for like a few weeks and then the hype wave passes, but you know, he made his money, probably quite a lot or so, and you know, he's chilling. So I guess that happens. And you just need to try to get like to like pop off and go viral with your game. But yeah, like you know, for example, ARPG genre, like you can't do this, right? Like ARPGs are like inherently requiring this like massive upfront investment to get anywhere, right? Because the standards are just so high these days in this genre, and the genre has just evolved for such a long time now, being pushed and innovated on and so on. And yeah, this is like probably like the craziest genre to try to get into outside of like MMOs. I guess there's only MMOs that are like even worse, most likely, right? Where like you know the MMO takes like even longer to make and even more effort and so on, and has an even higher chance to fail because it's like MMOs. Like even if you make a good MMO, and even if it gets attention, you know, the main thing that it needs is it needs to draw people from the rest of the MMOs to this MMO, right? Like the social component is so important. Like there needs to be like this critical mass of players. And if you don't reach that, or if you fall below that, then the game just dies. In an RPG, this won't happen, right? Everyone just plays on their own. And you know, like if there's an up and down, like it doesn't really impact anyone. But in MMOs, that is like felt, right? As you play. And then the worse it gets, the more people jump off. So yeah, MMOs are really like the most thankless genre, I guess, to develop in. Like that must be rough. Yeah. And the thing is that WoW is also not going anywhere, right? Like WoW is not really slowing down. They're still doing pretty good. They're not like, you know, like they used to do, but as far as I know, they're doing pretty well at least. D4 season 35, season of the socket. This season you put a thing in a socket, number goes up. 2-dip now reads power go up. Can you compare that to restaurants? There are always favorites, bad pizza in town, etc. All of a sudden something crazy pops up and they cannot handle the orders they got. It all comes down to quality of the product. Nah, we cannot compare that. You know, restaurants, you know, you don't really have like this sort of like invested customer or something like that, right? Like, you know, in RPGs, for example, or like in MMOs as well, right? Like you choose a game and, you know, there's like a cost that goes beyond just buying the game for a person playing it, right? Like you have to learn the game, you have to like keep up with the game, you have to like, you know, like invest into it, you have to read up on mechanics and so on. Like, you know, this is like a restaurant, you just go there, you eat, you leave. And okay, maybe you have your favorite restaurants and you go there sometimes, but you know, this is not the same at all. You know, they're like extremely interchangeable. But you know, a game like, you know, PoE or D4 or whatever, you know, they're not interchangeable in that sense, right? So, and you can't really like transfer your investment in one game into another, for example. So I don't think this is really the same. These are like games that are like designed to be played long term, and you know, you keep coming back and so on. and you kind of like build on top of like the previous knowledge that you have acquired, right? It's like a knowledge game, right? You kind of like keep getting better every season because you learn more things and you try more things and so on. Thanks, Simplex, by the way. Shooters are brutal as well. Marathon is genuinely great gunplay, but accessibility and art style hold it back. Yeah, I mean, I guess in shooters it's like a bit of a different issue. Like shooters has like a lot faster the sort of like burnout for a game, I guess, right? There's like constantly new shooters releasing. Like every year there's like a new Call of Duty or whatever, right? And like you have like a much faster cycle for these shooter games, and they're also like much more similar in like how they play, I guess. Like you have a gun, you shoot people, and then okay, there's like some different rules of what the game is about or something. But the core idea is always kind of the same. And I guess the feel of most of these games as well in some way, like the moment-to-moment combat. So there's like a lot of like kind of transferability between your skills, right? You can jump from one shooter to the next shooter, and you're gonna be good in that shooter most likely as well if you were good in the other one, because okay, you have to like have a bit of like a learning curve and stuff, but most of it just comes down to like your reflexes, your training, and this kind of stuff, right? Like I think there's like a very high transferability where like this is not necessarily the case in like ARPGs or something like that, right? They have like you just have to acquire knowledge, right? You have to have everything in here basically, and you need to understand, okay, how does this work? How does that work? And all the games do it differently. So it's like I can't really take all this knowledge and then go into a different game. And okay, I will maybe recognize some patterns again or something, but that's about it. So yeah, and then I guess also like in like shooters, there's like less loyalty to a game as a result, right? Like, yeah, there's a new shooter coming out. Let's go play it, and then you go play it with your friends, right? And maybe you like it. Maybe you go back to your old one. If you like it, then you stick to that one, and the old one is gone. And then comes the next shooter, and you go to that one. And then kind of like the whole like shooter crowd just kind of like moves on to the next game. I feel where this doesn't really happen here, right? We have like very few releases in RPGs, and the cost of making one of these games is ridiculous, and the cost of getting into one of those games is also ridiculous, right? It's like both on like the producer side and on the customer side. It's insane investment, not just monetarily for the consumers, it's like what I meant with learning the game and so on, right? So shooters are just simpler with like less of like a sort of like an entry barrier. Yeah, and they're like much more interchangeable. I'm gonna have another Barb meta in Season 15. Barbs are gonna be very good again, yeah. And they will now also have more builds, not just Unga Bunga Spin to Win. So that's kinda nice. But yeah, the Warlocks are quite up there. Warlock's probably the strongest class, I guess. Rogue is quite up there. Why use Finesse when Bonk work? Yeah. When is the season starting? In 6 weeks. Shooters need actual physical skill, RPGs are mostly knowledge. I wouldn't say mostly. I mean, you can definitely play RPGs well and not well, and that matters a lot as well, right? It's not just the knowledge and the muscle memory and like beating the RNG. I feel like RPGs are kind of interesting because they combine a lot of different factors at once. Yeah, shooters are definitely like almost always based on like how well can you actually shoot, right? And then everything else is sort of secondary, like strategy and like all that kind of stuff is like relatively minor, I guess, if you compare it to like like making a build in Diablo or in PoE versus okay, I choose which weapon I have in like a shooter or something, right? Or whatever. So it's obviously not the same. And because you have more factors in RPGs, like you have the build craft, and you also have, for example, efficiency and time investment as a factor of success as well, right? Like how how many paragon nodes do I have? How high are my glyphs? How good is my gear? Right? These are things that require zero skill to improve. They just need more time. And okay, you can be more efficient with your time, and that is an expression of skill, right? Like I am fully geared on day one, and other people are fully geared after 1 month, which is obviously not just a playtime issue, but also an efficiency issue. So in that case, yeah, sure, right? I can express skill in how efficient I am, for example, and get to a higher level faster. But then you can also play the game better, right? And that kind of like all connects to each other in some way, right? Like I play the game better, so I am more efficient. So, you know, I can get to a high level, and then I can get another thing there. And then that allows me to learn more about the game and make a better build and so on. So it all kind of just like mixes in some way. Yeah, Ben is a very good example where you can see this in action. Yeah. You know, it's not a coincidence that Ben is winning most of the gauntlets in PoE. Because, yeah, he has all of the knowledge, and he also plays extremely well, or maybe even better than anyone else. And, you know, those things kind of go hand in some way, but, you know, like the mechanical skills are still something you need to train actively, right? Like you actually need to have the muscle memory of every single boss encounter and every single monster and, you know, how your build functions and all that kind of stuff. It's like RTS, people just don't want to admit being efficient and speedy is part of the skill and being good at it. What do you mean about RTS exactly? I mean, you have the same thing in RTS, right? You have micro, you have macro. I actually watched an interesting video about this topic that actually discussed exactly that, like micro, macro, and there was also the third one, the meso level, and it was kind of analyzing different games based on those three factors, basically. So I guess micro and macro is relatively self-explanatory, and then the meso level was like sort of like the reading the situation or reading the opponent or predicting the opponent and stuff like that, or like even like kind of like playing around the RNG of a game or something like that. And I found that kind of interesting as a concept as well. And then kind of like rank games by like how much each of those three factors kind of like impacts your success in that game. So that was kind of cool. And yeah, I guess in terms of like how this affects like Diablo, for example, I guess you have like a relatively good mix of all of them, right? This is the video, yeah. People that have high level of knowledge often do not have high level of mechanical skill. Yeah, I mean, one is also a bit of like a substitute to the other, right? You can try hard and play really well and beat the game because you dodge everything and you do like the perfect combo with the perfect timing and you do more damage and so on, right? Or, well, you just have a good build and bonk the boss, right? Boom, done, right? And obviously, having that knowledge about how to make a good build and then bonk the boss is like directly like opposing, the goal of becoming good mechanically, right? Like you cannot become mechanically good if you just one-shot everything and you're completely immortal. Like if you play Whirl Barb every single season, you cannot become a good player, right? It's impossible because how? Like what is gonna train you, right? There is no training. You can't become better. So obviously, that kind of like goes against that whole idea. Yeah. I like big bongs. I also like big bongs. But like for example, for me, like I make it a priority to make sure that, I don't degenerate like this, right? I do play a variety of builds every single season, and some of them are strong, some of them are weak, some of them are easy, some of them are mechanically difficult, and so on. So I try to actually kind of like cover the entire range of everything you can be good at in this game, right? And if you look at like those three factors of like the micro, macro, meso, all of those factors basically. Why am I hating on spin to win? I'm not hating on spin to win. I'm just saying if you play spin to win Bob and you one-shot everything, and you're completely immortal, then you are stagnating at the very least, okay? As a player, right? Like, you're gonna have fun and whatever, sure. You're gonna be successful, you're gonna finish the season journey faster than anyone else. You're winning in life, I guess. But you're not actually becoming a good player. Who would win in a one-on-one fist combat, me or Rob? Dude, Rob is tall. So that's scary. But I don't know. I did do some jujutsu a long time ago. I don't think I can really employ those skills anymore. Can't expect bar players to understand numbers and math though, they only know Unga. Yeah, I guess so. Rob would just start whirlwinding with his hands with Giga range. What does it make you as a party main? Masochistic? Yeah, you might have some tendencies actually. An enlightened Barb enters the chat. Dude. I wonder what the Barb world would do if we didn't have like Maxwell guides actually. It would be very funny to see. Like, one of these days, I need to quietly just unpublish all of the Barb guides on Maxwell and just see what happens. They would still one shot after. Maybe. Riots. There's gonna be like people lining up in Temis, shouting war cry. Rob is also a source for bar players. True, but what are his sources? Which class is the most used on Maxwell? I guess that depends mostly on the meta. It usually goes by meta for the most part. So it was probably like Whirlwind Barb this time. Not just dance, but brainless 25-year-olds too. Oof. Wait, are the 25-year-olds already part of like this brain rot generation? They're not that many years behind me. Maybe I just dodged it very narrowly. Bar players will turn to cardboard for bar builds. I'm 26, what was the question? I want to know like where does like the TikTok brain rot generation start in age right now? Soon our guys will limited to 4 bullet points for brain rot, TLDR, and 1 GIF. Seems to start around 26, 27. Uh-oh. No, hi, Annie. Okay, all the songs are 26 to 30. Holy shit. Yeah, that's literally just a few years behind me. Monka. I dodged the bullet. Thanks, parents. The moment you use TikTok, you're infected. Yeah. Yeah, I don't go on TikTok. I do upload the YouTube shorts that we make on TikTok, but I don't actually use the site. Well, in fact, I don't even go there to upload it myself. I just told my editor, go upload it. So that's it. TikTok is the only social media I use. Damn. I have bad news for you, actually. I'm 27. Oh, shit. Oldest TikTok user, man. Yeah, it's like triple the average age. It's at 37. Who wants to play brainless, spin to win when they can spend 9 minutes suffering through a pit 115 as a paladin? Yes. Where are the paladin enjoyers in chat? Raise your hands. Just beware that it tells us a lot about your personality and your preferences. Sorg fan here, okay. You know who has even more brain rot? Boomers on Facebook falling for AI slop. Yeah, honestly, I think there's a lot of like older generation people that have no idea that they're watching AI generated content, right? Which is kind of wild, right? Because I feel like those are probably like some of the generation that actually still had a bit more like critical thinking and stuff compared to the younger people. But I feel like they're not using it in some cases. You can show them a Forza crash and they start some prey. It's the same people that fell for the old email scams are falling for AI slop. Yeah. You're a druid, so you're fucked next season. Yeah, I don't think that the way it looks right now, I don't even want to log into druid next season. Like, definitely no druid, definitely no necro, and then yeah, I might make a paladin of the worst classes. That's probably one of the better one. I'll probably make a Sorg. I want to play some builds there, maybe. Do I see a chance for Kratos' comeback in season 15? Snail said something about Iron Maelstrom shenanigans, if that's what you're after. Think Sorg Ice Spikes is a strong build, or just me? Blizzard Ice Spikes is one of the better Sorg builds. Make the new class they're obviously going to release at BlizzCon. Dude, I mean, to be fair, 3 classes in one expansion would be kind of wild. Well, to be honest, 3 half classes, right? I mean, like half the stuff on Paladin is not really working. And I guess for the Warlock, you're slowly getting there. It would be weird if they did that. Yeah, I don't think you're gonna see another class, guys. Is Stone and Shonen gonna be in every build? I have not like actually tried the Stone and Shonen yet, but I expect it's gonna be quite good, actually. However, season 15 specifically makes everyone really tanky. And the main advantage of Stone and Shonen is that you're kind of tanky. So I don't think you'll need it, that's the thing. D1 remaster. Yeah, no one asked for that, man. Like, that is not big announcement worthy. Can't wait for Blizzard to nerf the Warlock completely instead of one build. Yeah, I wonder what they could do to, like, make this a miserable season for Warlock. I don't think they have that many opportunities, unless they actually go through and, like, nerf a lot of multipliers across the board. Because, let's say, even if that aspect didn't exist, or even if that weapon didn't exist, this would still be a very strong build. So they have to go quite out of the way to really make this a bad class, I think. Blizzard's going to go super wild for this Witch Doctor. Boy, do I have good news for you. Have you seen this guy? This is the Witch Doctor. You underestimate the power we have been there before. Yeah, we'll see. I think it's relatively likely that we're gonna see very strong Warlock next season. 90 million toughness. Yeah, this could be better. Seems good, no? Who needs resolve stacking, guys? I mean... What do you want with resolve stacking? We got the big guns here. I'm gonna test more builds. Yeah, I have to get back to some testing. I wanted to make a video and then I kind of just got sidetracked with like this whole discussion about gaming and development and everything else. But it was fun. I want to talk about the splinters actually while they added. So let's do this thing. Let's do this thing. Let's do this thing. One, two, three, four, five, six. Which one am I missing? It's 7, right? Wait, what? They renamed this. It's called Abyssal Splinter of Skarn. That's the Diablo Immortal guy, right? What is her name? It says Damnation here. We're missing the mother. Where did that go? I'm not even sure how this thing works exactly with the touching. I guess I have to walk through them. Can I do this again on like one guy? Apparently. What if I hit them? Okay, hitting them does not work, so I have to actually walk through them, man. Okay. Yo, Anaya, log in. Imagine a tank where I have to touch enemies and walk on them. The helm works now, yeah, so if you have one of these splinters socketed, then you can also put it into Lurk's crown, and sometimes it works, and even multiplies the value. But yeah, this is not real, so this is kind of fake. Guess you might see Skarn in D4 Season 15 somehow. That sounds like a very bad idea, man. That sounds like it's not something they should do. Anyway, it's YouTube time, guys. Let's do this. Actually, don't I have my notes somewhere? Where are those? Not this one. This one. Okay, let's do this. Okay. Hi, tubes. Okay, I can say hi, YouTube, guys. Hi everyone, so I'm back with another video from the Season 15 PTR. Today I want to talk about the new splinters. So there's these soul splinters which you can socket into your jewelry in the next season, and even into the Lorix crown that counts as having jewelry gems, and you can get some pretty ridiculous outcomes here as it turns out. So you see my character right now sitting here at like 19 million toughness, and that can go way up if you really try a little bit. To some very funny values. So that is thanks to having 92% damage reduction and also a 92% life bonus here right now. Which, to be fair, I don't think will make it into the game. It is obviously completely busted, and I don't think it's even supposed to work at all, because the only way to actually make this work is to copy the same socketables you already have in your jewelry. You see here, I have, for example, the damage reduction socketable here, and the life one here, and they're grayed out, and somehow that allows the Lorix crown to work. If you just have it there, and it doesn't work. So this is kind of like a weird like function right now. And if you see anything like that from the PTR, I would just disregard that, honestly. So just to kind of give you a bit of a heads up on this. However, there are some pretty interesting effects on these that are pretty cool and impactful for the next season, so I want to talk through that. And I even have done a bit of math and some notes here on what I think is going to happen with some of those splinters, and just sort of like what to expect from these different splinters basically going into the season. So yeah, there are 8 different types here. They're themed around like the evils. So there's like this, the Asmodan one, and there's the Andariel one, and so on, and a few other like random ones like Hellfire, which is clearly not Diablo, and stuff like this. And yeah, they have a bunch of like kiss curse effects for the most part. So you get some sort of benefit, but also some downside that comes with it. Starting with the Black Soulstone here. So this one says, when you kill enemies, you absorb their souls for 15 seconds, and then each soul increases the damage by 5%, but damage taken by 0.5%. And this is stacks, but does not refresh. So depending on how many kills you can do in 15 seconds, you get a pretty major damage buff. So realistically, it will not really help you in any sort of like relevant Torment 12 content, I guess. Like if you're talking about like a lair boss encounter, for example, you'll not have any stacks of this buff because you walk in with just you don't have any enemies. So it doesn't really do anything. And outside of lair bosses, your party is going to destroy everything anyway. However, it could be slightly useful in some content where you actually have sometimes like spikes of difficulty, such as summoning Hellborn in a Helltide, and there's a bunch of random enemies and you kill them, and then you just blast down the Hellborn more easily. So if you're somewhere in that range of you don't very easily clear all the content just yet, this might help you. But realistically, we optimize around lair bosses more than just sort of Helltide stuff. So it's not really that great for most content. However, it is a pretty major damage buff, and when it comes to tower pushing, I expect this to be kind of like at the forefront of that. So you can actually try to time, like, killing a bunch of small guys and then get like a huge damage buff for like 15 seconds and, then use that to like burn down the elites and this sort of thing. So yeah, I think for that, it's going to be relatively nice. Nothing really crazy because tower gameplay is usually kind of slow. And, you have 10 minutes to clear the run, so you don't really get that many kills to begin with. But it could be a bit of like a gameplay element here where you get a timed, like, huge boost to this. However, there is one other thing going on with this, which is you can actually play a warlock and kill your own demons. And that is currently working, which is kind of crazy. So if I put this here, you will see these stacks going up here. This is this one, damage taken increased. And, well, just spamming a bit of bombardment, you see I can get easily 100 stacks, maybe up to 200, I don't know, I'm running out of resources now. You can get hundreds of stacks of this buff, of 5% multiple damage boost. Obviously, you do take a bit more damage, but the ratio is nowhere near the typical ratio of offense versus defense trade-offs that you do in your build. So this is extremely efficient on the offensive side and relatively little impactful on the defensive side. So very powerful, especially for the warlocks. And I low-key expect that this is not gonna make it live. At least these like, kill your own demons mechanics, because this affects many builds on a warlock vastly differently depending on what you're playing. Some builds can't really do this at all because they have other stuff to do. So it's also just kind of busted. Honestly, like warlock is just already looking like the strongest class without this thing. So I don't expect that this is supposed to work in the first place. But yeah, either way, this is how this thing works. So very powerful for pushing and slightly useful for like the rest, I would say. Now let's talk about the next one here, the Hellfire Splinter. So this one is kind of interesting, 100% extra damage, but you lose 100% crit chance. So this means you basically cannot play a crit build with this at all. However, there are some reasons to use this item. So one is Ariok's Needle. So I talked about this in my other video about the new uniques. This thing is a mechanic that specifically does not work with critical strikes. So this is like a Diablo 2 mechanic, the Deadly Strike, which is exclusive to crits. And this means, as a mythic version, you can have 65% chance for deadly strikes, which innately do double the damage. And then you have this other damage modifier, which is another 130 extra. So it's like a ×2 times 2.3 as a mythic, 65% of the time. And this works with dots. And this is also where that splinter comes in. So you just directly deal double the damage, or if you're playing not even a dot build, well, then you can also use this thing here, and it completely removes all of the crit chance, so you don't even have this weird like base crit that might overlap with your deadly strike chance and then maybe like reduce your damage or something. So you have like a clean 65% chance with a mythic Ariok's Needle to get this pretty huge damage spike. And then you can free up all this other investment into crit chance and crit damage to try to get other stuff. And a lot of builds actually have trouble reaching 100% crit chance, and more than something like 300 or 350% crit damage. So you don't really do less damage compared to critting when you have this thing equipped. However, it's only available to 3 classes, so there's like the Barbs, the Druids, and the Spiritborn. It's a 2-handed polearm, so there's only like very limited options to actually wear this thing, and especially the Spiritborn have very strong 2-handed weapons. So not 100% sure if this will even find a way into any build at all. But I could imagine there might be something here and there that might want to run this. So we'll see. But either way, I think the Hellfire Splinter in particular is extremely strong. Every dot build just straight up gets double damage for free, basically, because usually you don't care about critting at all on those builds. And that is also gonna, buff, for example, stuff like all the poison rogues, everyone just has double the damage for free. So very good, very strong. Then we have the Anguish Shard. This is also a really good one. And this is like the other offensive side of things. So this is specifically for the crit builds. You get 35 attack speed and 35 crit chance, but they also have plus 30% resource cost. So the resource cost is probably something that is relatively easily outplayed, but it might require a little bit of investment. But we have, for example, resource generation as like a helm mod. So worst case, you give up like one mod on a helm that is like armor or something. You put a resource gen there, and that sort of makes up for the downside. So it's not very hard to play around this. We have stuff like Tibbot's Will and other things. So it should be fine. And yeah, then you get 35% crit chance, and that is actually pretty impactful. Not only does it allow you to potentially replace a bunch of your crit investment to use this and get to 100% crit chance, but there are some builds that don't even reach 100% crit chance even if you try. And this is where stuff gets really interesting. So I can actually show you like a few sort of like example calculations that I've done. I just took a bunch of like our max roll planners and some of my own builds, and I compared, here's Roa, Tyrant's Grasp, Ball Lightning, Shield of Retribution, Mighty Throw, and the God Rogue. So just a bunch of random builds basically, and kind of like checked out what actually happens when you do this. So I tried to like map it out. Okay, what do you replace the crit with, and how much attack rate do we gain, and so on. And the TLDR is, it actually has pretty wildly different impact depending on the build, because at least like all other factors being equal, yeah, some builds kind of just cap out on crit chance very easily, or they already have a lot of attack speed, they don't really benefit from the attack speed buff, or maybe the build itself doesn't really care about attack speed, for example. So that's another thing. But especially the builds that somehow have very little attack speed benefit from that attack speed, and also can't even reach 100% crit chance to begin with. Those are the ones that really profit, because suddenly you cap out your crit, and all of those previous non-crits that basically didn't contribute to your damage at all are now crits as well, giving you like sort of an extra bonus that wasn't really there before. So we have this here, for example, on Tyrant's Grasp. I calculated that this gem alone can be a 130% DPS upgrade, more than double, more than the other one for the dot thing that I just shown you. So that is kind of wild. And then the other ranges also are somewhere like 46% here. Here's, for example, 57%, 25% toughness. If you get like an extra toughness roll or something, well, I think I put like a different rune for like a challenging shard instead of the Gal rune, for example. That would be one of the things to replace if you want to be tanky. Here is like a 79% DPS. So yeah, it really comes down to the build, and you would have to kind of like go back and like map it out exactly to understand how much of impact the Splinter of Anguish makes. But it is really good either way. So all of the crit builds really like this. The downside is relatively whatever. So this is also a big reason why every build is going to be way stronger in the next season. Then we have the Splinter of Sin. This one is 40% life, but your maximum resources are reduced. So first of all, 40% X life is a lie. This is not a multiplier. This is just additive. Every single maximum life bonus in the game since Lord of Hatred is just additive. I have not found a single one that is multiplicative. That is a change that they did in the expansion. That was also not announced or anything. They just did that. So in the past, if you're not aware, every single maximum life bonus, like a percent bonus, was actually a multiplier. So every single paragraph note was like a times 1.02, times 1.02, times 1.08, and so on. And now it's all just one category. It's plus, it's 8%, plus 2, plus 2, plus 2, and so on. And then all of that is the combined multiplier. The TLDR on that is most builds with like full paragons and stuff end up at around plus 100% life-ish from the Paragon boards. So there's a bit of like up and down depending on which boards you have exactly, but it's somewhere around that, which means that the value of this extra maximum life bonus is diminished by half roughly. So it's like a 20% multiplier roughly, and you get minus 30% maximum resource. Now, most builds don't really care about maximum resource, so if you don't have any sort of reason to stack maximum resource or any sort of scaling through resources like Ramadnis or Beastfall Boots or something along those lines, then yeah, you don't really have a downside here basically, because maximum resources doesn't really matter much when you can just generate a lot of resources anyway. So as long as you don't somehow, have to attack 3 times to then get your resources back or something, you're gonna be fine. So this is kind of nice to just kind of include there, and 20% extra life is still and 20% extra toughness. So most of the time, this kind of just goes in there as like the third option. So I have this here, for example, my setup as well runs this extra life thing here. Yeah, then we have the lice splinter here. So this is a pretty interesting one. This is exclusively like a farming tool. It doesn't make a character more powerful. 100% extra gold drop rate, crafting material drop rate, and 25% bonus XP. But you're always weakened and vulnerable. Now, I have not tested yet if the weakened is 15% or 10%, because it depends on like what players count as. You should be elites, or you might be counted as bosses. But either way, it's like a relatively minor difference. It's mostly like a farming thing anyway. You're going to use this in Torment 12, but you're never going to equip this in like a pit or a tower or something like that. So it is kind of interesting. I don't really know what the gold drop rate and what the crafting material drop rate actually works for, to be honest. These are stats that you can actually get already on charms. So maybe I have one here, like this one. So that is a thing, but I've actually never really tried stacking it, and it's kind of tedious to try to get exactly like 6 charms that have all this stuff and then do a bit of testing. So I have like no data on this at all, so no idea. But with like this 100% bonus here, or even potentially exploiting this Their Crown to get even more out of it, I guess you might have a chance to actually figure out what it does in the first place. So right now I can't really speak to like how good that is. It could be really good if that works, for example, with material reserve nightmare dungeons. Like, you know, that is like one of the best things to farm in escalations, for example. Maybe even like gem fragments in escalations. So if that works for this sort of stuff, you can really shortcut your grind. And I guess we'll see what else. The gold drop rate is kind of nice, I guess, but also kind of whatever. Again, it depends on what it actually works for. So for example, the main way to get gold is actually just selling seals to the vendor. And then you also have stuff like the Golden Horde here. So these are like the 2 main income sources, basically. Farm their bosses, get seals, vendor them, all of the stuff converts. And then like the typical lair boss is somewhere like 10 to 50 million gold or so, times 2 with the double chest. So yeah, you can actually get gold pretty fast. And on the live server, even on solo Starbound, I have, I don't know, 40 billion gold or something. So it's kind of hard to run out of gold anyway, but it might be helpful, especially early on. However, especially early on is also the point where you kind of want a bit of extra power and not be weakened and vulnerable. So, you know, that's a bit of a downside here. But at least once you get into comfortable T12 farming territory, and then, you know, for example, the Horadic Mats and so on, that might be really good at least. And then comes the bonus XP. So for that, you have to know that generally any sort of experience buffs only work for kills and not for like flat XP effects. For example, back in the old days, we had like the pit completion rewards. That was sort of like the main source of experience in Vessel of Hated. But now we have the Hellworm farm, and we have like XP globes in general that come from like Whisper caches, from the War Plan turn-ins in the Under City. Everything is XP globes. Nothing about that was nerfed, and I haven't tested it yet, but I strongly doubt that this bonus experience works for any of those. So realistically, it's going to be extremely minor, the experience buff here. Then we have the Splinter of Garn. Killing an elite pack increases monster power by 1 for 25 seconds. Kind of interesting. So what monster power does is that it buffs enemies around you, or basically for you, by 1 pit tier. So it will be kind of interesting to see what happens when you actually really scale this up, when you have like a nightmare dungeon and the shrine spawns 7 elites, and then, you know, like half a minute later the shrine respawns them again because of the like nightmare dungeon war plans nodes, for example. So you can technically raise your monster power quite a bit to like +10, +15, maybe more. In Helltides as well, sometimes you have these like, you know, worm ambushes, and you have like random elites spawning on you. There's harbingers everywhere. I think you could actually try to really go crazy on this, and it could get really hard really fast. Now, how much? I don't know. And it will also kind of depend a little bit on how the scaling works exactly. So this is actually this year, it was renamed from Damnation to Skarn. This is like the Diablo Immortal guy. And just to give you an idea, if you are in Torment 12 and you get +1 monster power, monsters will have 17% extra HP. At 5 monster power, they're already times 2.2. At 10 monster power, they're almost times 5 as hard. So it actually very quickly gets to the point where you don't really very easily just blast for Torment 12 content anymore when everything is like 5 times harder or more when you actually kill enemies that fast. So it remains to be seen. And it also is kind of unclear what happens after you get more than 10 monster power, because in the pit at least and in the tower, after pit 110, there is a different scaling system where it's 32% per tier. So I have this reflected here where if it continues scaling with the same 17% multi, for example, at 50 monster power, it would be 10 times harder. But if it swaps from, like 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 to the higher scaling, then it can be quite a lot harder. So I guess it will be tested and we'll find out. Either way, it does scale up really fast when you get a lot of these kills. And the bigger problem with all of that is we have no idea what it actually does. So what does monster power do in this game? There are profane mine cages in like the Helltide tree, for example. You can get those here, and then you can get +3 monster power already. This is like this thing here. Way back when mine cages were introduced, I think it was season 2 or something like that, or season 4. Season 4, I believe. So everyone loved them. It was fun to like fight high level monsters, and you had like better chances for like high level loot as you progressed, and you got high level items and all that, right? But all of that stuff just doesn't really exist anymore. Like XP scaling is not a thing at all. I don't know what sort of loot we're expecting from this. Like, I don't know what monster power does. Honestly, I have no idea. And it's kind of like the same problem that we have with like the crafting material thing. At least this one, you can test relatively reliably by just running a few escalations at some point, and then you'll figure it out. But monster power, it's also like this variable going up and down all the time, and you need like a lot of data. I have no idea how we're gonna start measuring this. So we'll see. But realistically, I think this is an absolute trap. I think this is not something that anyone will use or care about, or that will have any purpose. So we'll see. Then we have the Pain Splinter. So this is a big one here, 40% damage reduction, but you lose 30% movement speed. So I think this will just go straight up into every single build in the game. No questions. 40% DR is insane. A lot of builds have this problem of having a lot of uniques, like, in offensive uniques and defensive slots. That problem is getting worse in this season as well, because even builds that didn't have a chest will now have the Squirt's Blouse, and almost everyone is running a Bulwark rune or some barrier of some sort to protect the Squirt's Blouse. You take 50% extra damage, and you have to make up for that somehow. So realistically, this is the way to do it. If you didn't already have a unique chest, you will equip exactly this thing on every build, and you will have this splinter in order to make up for it. So that's kind of like the combo here. And in general, it just makes everything a lot comfier. Yeah, nothing really to complain about, to be honest. And I showed you earlier this like funny 92% damage reduction. I don't think this is going to exist. It's just for the memes right now. But this anyway, just socketed into your jewelry, is going to be very good. And the downside of 30% movement speed is barely a downside, to be fair. So typical builds actually reach 200% movement speed, which is the cap, relatively easily by just having really good boots. So like a GA movement plus the temper, plus putting a masterwork on that, usually gets you like to 86 or something like that. And then you need like maybe one charm or, something from a skill. It's very easy, right? And now you're going to lose 30%. So 30% is not really such a downgrade. Most builds probably run just a random defensive tempo on their amulet anyway, or maybe sometimes an offensive tempo. At least nothing really worth mentioning. And in that case, you just replace that with movement speed. Boom, done, basically. So this makes up for it. Like 1 GA movement speed tempo, 38%. Yeah, that's it, basically. So you do give up like maybe a life tempo, and that will kind of eat a little bit into this 40% damage reduction. But realistically, you're still gonna end up with a relatively sizable toughness bonus. So I think I actually have this here with like which one this is the pain. I think I also made some calculation here. So Poison Rise first of all is nice on this as well. And then, yeah, like a typical GA life tempo on the neck is maybe like 6 to 8% toughness or so. And yeah, you're still going to end up with like a 50 to 60% benefit, basically. And then when it comes to combining this with the Squirt's Blouse, it should end up somewhere in the range of like a ±0. With, giving up the temper and equipping the blouse and having it fully stacked at all times, giving you effectively this 65% extra damage if it's a mythic. So pretty good damage upgrade here yet again for almost every single build out there. And then we have the Mother Splinter. So this one says you are unhindered and touching enemies makes them vulnerable for 10 seconds. And after touching enemies 250 times, you are stunned for 4 seconds. It has fixed res, okay, but yeah, unhindered is not exactly a very impactful effect. Almost every single build has some source of mobility. You have evade to go through enemies if you really have to, or you already have unhindered in the first place. So that is kind of whatever, I think. Vulnerable when you touch enemies. So what that means is you actually have to like walk through enemies. You can't just like hit them with a skill or something. That does not work. It's not like an exploit glyph or something like that. You have to walk through enemies to make them vulnerable for 10 seconds. And then it also stuns you sometimes. So the stun, I guess you might be able to outplay that with some unstoppable break or like some CC break or something like that. But realistically, this is completely unusable. Like, maybe for some melee builds, I don't know, like a Whirlwind Barb, where you actually like just whirl through the pack and then you hit them with you know, you have to like go through them, right? So that might be something, but outside of that, like any range build, this is completely pointless. Like no one's gonna run this, I think. And then it also stuns you sometimes. So this is very bad. Like this is relatively unusable, I think. So yeah. The TLDR on all that is it leaves us with a few good choices that will kind of like see a lot of prevalence in a lot of builds. So depending on if you play a dot build or a crit build, you use one of those two here, Hellfire for the dot builds, and then Anguish for the crit builds. So there could be cases where you even run both, because this one still gives you extra attack speed, for example. So if you really want to go YOLO and you don't want to go for example, life or something, 35% attack speed, even if you don't benefit from crit, is still not bad, especially if you don't care about the resource part of this and you don't even have to have any other like investment into the resources or something. That's kind of nice. You know, it's not really a crazy boost, but it's something. But yeah, normally you will choose one of those two. If you have this one and you are playing a Barb or Druid or Spiritborn, you could also consider some stuff with Aradox Needle and not actually go crit. But again, I guess realistically, since we have the Anguish Splinter, basically every crit build will probably not go for the Aradox Needle in this season. But it remains to be seen. Maybe there are some really valuable trades you can make. But yeah. And then we have the damage reduction one. Again, I think this goes everywhere. This is just insane value, like so much damage reduction. So yeah, you have basically one and then this one here, and then you have like a third slot that is a bit flexible. So in that case, I think most of the time I will probably just put like the extra life. So we have that thing already socketed here. So they have 40% life, even though that's not actually 40%. It does say X, and it could be that they will actually make it more duplicative. It might become better when the season goes live. Right now, it's more like a 20% X, but that's still kind of nice. And if you don't care about the maximum primary resource reduction, then this is really good. However, there are some builds that care about this. So this is like this notes here. So Beastfall, Remoladnes, Dirge, Capitlecker, Seed of Razon, so especially a bunch of like Warlock builds, you don't want to reduce your maximum resources, so you can't actually run this on those builds. Just something to keep in mind. There is one exception that actually gets better when you have lower resources, which is the Epoch rune. So that might be kind of useful if you want to try to like spend resources and generate resources really fast. It only looks at your percentages. So if you have a very small resource pool, and to spend it all, you still get full value of this rune. So that is kind of an advantage here, but realistically, a relatively minor thing. But yeah, either way, I think the life one is going to be kind of nice. And potentially this might be the sort of like the flex slot, like the third one, where maybe we're going to go for the crafting material drops here sometimes in T12. And then, I don't know, maybe this is something that we're going to discover is actually really good. I might be underestimating how good the monster power actually is. And yeah, besides that, yeah, this unhindered vulnerable thing, I don't think so. And yeah, they also have this thing. This might be something for like, maybe if you're like sort of progressing through the tournaments and so on, or you have a build that is actually naturally really good at bossing, but not so good in other places. This could be kind of nice. And I guess it's going to make its way into pushing builds in a tower. So that is the thing. But yeah, this is like my summary here right now on the Soul Splinters. So overall, I think a lot of them need a bit of work. It's like half of them are pretty good and the other half are either really big question marks because we have zero information, like the monster power stuff or the crafting drops. So they could be good, they could be trash, I don't know. And then we have some that are just like outright bad, especially this one, I think. So hopefully you're gonna see a bit of an adjustment there and something cooler than what it currently does. But overall, yeah, maybe a bit more flexibility, a bit more decision making would be nice. And then this could be like a pretty nice upgrade. The TLDR is that, at least with the current itemization and how they're designed, almost every single build in the game is gonna get somewhere in the range of like 50% to maybe 150% extra damage. So that means something like 1.5 to like 3-4 pit tiers on the higher end. It's going to be very noticeable in Roman 12 content. Like all the builds that previously felt like kind of sluggish and just too weak, like, a lot of the Paladin stuff or like Necro or Sword builds and so on. A lot of them were just kind of like hard stuck in T11 or so. So most of them will just now be elevated into T12 relatively easily with this sort of buffs, plus a bunch of other things that happened. For example, they increased the main stat scaling on some of those classes to be higher. So yeah, those classes will relatively easily be at least twice or maybe 3 times as strong as before, even without any direct buffs to any of their skills. So that is going to be pretty noticeable. And then also on the defensive side, most builds will be somewhere in the range of like 50 to 100% more tanky as well. Plus minus, it might depend on if you actually take that extra tankiness to then do something like Squirt's Blouse, for example, which again would then also go into like this offensive category that I didn't actually count now. So, if you include this one as well, builds can very easily become like 4 or 5 times stronger than they used to be, for example. And you don't really lose out on any toughness compared to last season, for example. So it kind of like, balances out. So yeah, either way, it's looking like a pretty high power level season across the board. Obviously, we have some stronger classes than others, but almost every single build would relatively comfortably get into like Tom and 12 farm status territory, basically. So that's like the main takeaway, I think, from this video. And other than that, I hope that my breakdown helps you. If you have any information about monster power and these material drops and stuff like that, I'd be very curious to hear about this, because this is something that's going to be kind of tough to test. So let's see if we can find any sort of data on this. But yeah, hope you enjoyed this. I'm going to keep you guys posted with more PTR news, so stay tuned, and I'll see you guys next time. Okay. Any volatile drop picks? I don't think they buffed it, if that's what I mean. It has to work again. Yeah, he has to work for his money. You're over here trying to pause the video like it's already up. Defensive tempo on neck, 4 times damage is all I know. Yeah, I mean, like damage tempo, I guess for most builds, if you put like crit or dot tempo or something, it's probably in the range of like 3 to 4% damage. And the defensive tempo is usually like 6 to 8% toughness. So it's basically like a 1 to 2 trade-off. So that is really bad for the offensive side. Usually you make offense-defense trade-offs at like roughly 1-to-1 value. So like a 10% damage reduction glyph versus a 10% damage glyph or something like that. Making like a 1 to 2 trade-off is really bad. Or like, for example, main stat on the glove versus life on the glove is also like sort of an acceptable trade for offensive, but kind of bad. So usually main stat on the glove is like somewhere like 5 to 8% damage, and the life would be 6 to 10% toughness or so. So that's slightly in favor of toughness side, going for the life, for example, on the glove. The use case for Arex Needle Bleed Bob with X-Files. Arex Needle Bleed Bob, yes. X-Files, no. I think those trailers are more acceptable in softcore versus hardcore. The thing is, if you wanna not put life on your neck as a temper, then most of the time I'll probably just put cooldown, honestly. Like, who cares about 3% damage? I'm gonna take 9% cooldown, right? Unless you have a build that really has no cooldowns or no need for it or something. But just for like any sort of like fluidity, like movement or whatever, like cooldown is definitely more like an interesting thing here. Yeah, I'll be at BlizzCon. I'll be there when they make the big announcements. I'll actually be streaming during the opening ceremony from BlizzCon. Eric's Needle on Spirit Bond of Poison build. Yeah, I guess Eric's Needle should beat Shattered Vow. But Shattered Vow has this cool execute effect. So I think realistically for T12 content, I would not run Eric's Needle. And then for other content, I don't know, maybe you're still better off not running Ariox anyway. And you just use like some legendary weapon or something. You can also print legendary weapons much more easily and get like a good transfigure, I guess. I jump around in the background of an XD design. Let's go. Yeah, I think Thorns builds are definitely a bit of a winner of the Ariox Needle thing. There could be like some, like, you know, Bulb and stuff where you just, okay, you equip Ariox Needle and enjoy, right? Yeah, plan up for this. Yeah, it's on my Discord. A barbed barb with needle. That's a lot of spikes. Okay, let me upload this real quick here. Okay. Okay. Look at this. Do we do more like apocalypse shenanigans? I did want to try Son of Jordan. I was gonna see what happens with that. So since you have this build going already, maybe I'll try this a little bit. That could be interesting. I have to actually get like a good Son of Jordan. T15 stuff on the PTR. Yeah, it's not actually T15, it's T13 and a half, and it's kind of a joke. Hey, Pattern. Actually, guys, I'm gonna BRB. 1 sec. Okay. Am I going to check out rogue builds? Yeah, I want to try the condemnation stuff, especially, I guess. It's like the only like novelty here. Yeah, I'm here. Okay, let's see Stone Jordan. I got like a random furnace. Okay. Yeah, GA on the Allskis doesn't mean meta, I guess. It's gonna be my dot version here. There's resource. Yeah, I'll keep that. So I calculate by this damage taken divided by this damage taken, right, to see the difference. So there's like triple. Or the other way around. Take a third. Let's check out. We take 19 times 3 is almost 60. This is almost, yeah, this is 55. Okay, so that checks out, yeah. So that's the correct way to calculate this. So by equipping a Stone of Jordan, I'll get triple the cold damage reduction. Let's see this here. Is that correct? This will be only 23.5 from the lightning to the fizz. I mean, it's still noticeable. It's basically like one lightning rest roll that I would get, which is 23% extra damage reduction. Actually, it's 19%. So it's will be like 20, 20, 60, almost 20. Yeah, the thing is, I think Stone of Jordan in Season 15 is actually not going to be that great. Because they have all these like random gems here. So you can't really build around those very much. But you could try something with the Orc's Crown. Okay, unlucky. New with over SJ for my builds. Yeah, I mean, in season 15, it's not gonna be great, but I wanna see how it is after. I think after season 15 it might be very good. What? Is there a special trick to open a unique charm cache? Yeah, go to Torment difficulty. F. The song is Night Moves. This is the season where Warlock gets buffed to the moon before it gets gutted like Paladin and Spiritborn. Yes, that's the season actually. Won't the party get any buffs? I mean, the season theme plus the main stat buff is like a ×2 to ×3 to most builds. Potentially more if you also include the Squirt's blouse. So that alone will already like help a lot. And then there's like this judgment stuff, I'm not sure if that's gonna be good. I don't have high hopes for this. And the blessed shield stuff, I also don't have high hopes for that. And then a bunch of like Fist of the Heavens. Like Fist of the Heavens is something I wanted to try, so we'll see. What is this build exactly? It is exactly Apocalypse. Why are there no Shadow Penshot Rogue builds for endgame? Because this is not season 3 anymore. Okay, let's take this one. You thought Apocalypse was nerfed to the ground? You thought wrong. Okay, we can't roll the Rogue's Crown for some reason. Okay. I mean, a temperate and stuff? That works, okay. Apocalypse is the strongest build in the game the way it looks right now. Zork will be. Wait, what did I miss? Does this thing always have impairment reduction? What is this actually? Does it have 3 fixed stats actually? Attack speed, willpower, and impairment? Or did I just get lucky? Is it fun? Yeah, Warlock is pretty fun, I think. Didn't calc for the bugs. Okay, do we have like any idea about Zorks right now, actually? Okay, 4,400. Wait. That is not real. It's not changed. It's, okay, maybe only when you equip it? There we go. 10,000, okay. That's a lot. What? What the hell is going on? Okay, 5,263. Now I have more than when I had 2. What? Look at this, I'm actually not capping out on the resistance, by the way. I thought I would actually slowly approach a 90% cap, but apparently not. You think WR will be replayable in the upcoming season? I mean Warlock? Yeah, Warlock looks like the strongest class right now. Exactly what I said. Fuck. Okay, so we have 28,000 physical resistance. So now, okay, how much is this? Let's get some examples. Let's do this with only one of the gems. Okay, 16, 6, 8. Okay, so adding 11,500 gives me the 2% more DR at that point, which is something like 15%. Like the formula is actually really steep, man. Like tripling my resistance gives me 5% more. Almost. It's maybe 5.5. So At that point, 5% is like, it's like a third DR. We should calculate the relative increases. So we have to do like the inverse, like damage taken divided by the new damage taken, basically. So let's say 0.5, like this. So this would mean it's a 140% toughness gain. Is that correct? I think so. If we have no damage reduction and then we have 75% damage reduction, we take 100 divided by 225, it's times 4. Yeah, that checks out. So let's try this a little bit. Sorry, do this. Okay, so the main question would be, how much is the 20k add, basically? So this from this is kind of the interesting part, I guess. This is 40% toughness. 40% toughness is the equivalent of something like a 30 something percent DR. The 29% DR aspect. pretty good. But it basically assumes flawless gems everywhere. I mean, basically we're gonna have even more, right? We're gonna have even more res and stuff. Hey, Monkas. Is there any fix of soul spinners disappearing from game slots when leaving town? Yes, you have to make a seasonal character. SSJ gives you a 30% elemental multi. Yeah, you say it like it's a good thing. We're up in Seattle. What's going on there? Yeah, I was in Seattle as well. 2 years ago, I guess. For the Spiritborn thing. Oh, nice. I like how my character's like very slowly just moving upwards all the time. Like what? Okay.
Welcome to the Isles. What do you bring?
The PDR gift any good? What gift exactly? How much mats? It gives you like everything really nicely, but if you want to craft flawless or relics, you need a lot of gem fragments. I think it's like 100k per click. So it's 25 million for a flawless or relic. Yeah, true, there's some stuff in the mail, but it's just... Actually, I think there was like an emblem that is gonna be for everyone when the season launches or something. But yeah, so far it's like nothing really special, so there's like this mailbox. Yeah. It's a new item, drop rate good. I don't know. Yeah, there's a very long processing screen. So I hope they're gonna improve that a little bit. Okay, so this is poison res, this is fire res, and this is lightning res. Okay, let's see what happens when I add 12,000 more. $43. 87.9. They add so much res, man. Look at this. I added 50% extra res, and I got only 11% DR. Not even 11% DR, 11% toughness. Let's do the same again, actually. Okay, so this is with like a, flawless heraldic in every slot on jewelry, and this. How many rolls do we have? There's one roll. There's one roll. Okay. So yeah, this is kind of like how to compare this, I guess. Like this number would be roughly kind of like the starting point for a typical build. You have like either the gem or you have one roll somewhere. What about the tempers? The tempers are also much stronger now. So I think we're actually gonna go for this stuff as well, potentially. Funny enough, they kept the all-res temper as it is, 60 to 70. And this one is 2,500. This one is 60 to 70. Very cool. Nice. Yeah, charms as well, yeah. But for charms, it competes. Actually, it doesn't compete. Okay. Yeah. So realistically, I guess you're gonna have like the skill ranks or whatever, and then the res at some point. So you can also have. Let's go with this. Something like that, actually. I think it's more realistic. Yeah, it depends on like, you know, GAs or not or whatever. But yeah. So this is like probably a relatively good baseline, like 5-6k res. What if I go on another character? Let me check that. Was element launch also raised? No, just the resistances. That's this guy. Thorg, Icer can multiply resistances. Yeah, this is not what you want, actually. They end up expanding that for trade purposes, and there won't be any dupes as a result, for sure, Wonkers. I mean, with like a 30-second confirmation window, if there's any sort of... If there's any problem at all with that system, then, oof. Why do you have such wildly different resistances on this guy? That's crazy. 21k, 13, 9, 4, what the fuck? Why? Where's all that coming from? Oh. Wait. These are old charms, but they're actually upgraded. Look. They have the higher numbers now. Huh. Wild. So this guy just has like 22k fire res, man, what? Yeah, this thing is 26% damage taken. This is 14, that's almost half. Compared to poison. Epidemic. How's the PTR been? Oh, Warlocks are OP. The season theme sucks. Well, I think the Splinters are kind of cool, but also not very interesting. They're just mostly power creep. How are you doing, Filmic, by the way? I guess I have to double check if like Stone of Jordan works with Paladin and stuff. It'll be interesting to check. We're doing fine. Are we also gonna be fine? Are we back to the next expansion of Fix the Game Copium? No. We have to wait a bit longer than that. Expansion 6, guys. That's the one. Okay. Anyway, do we do SOJ? I wonder how the toughness actually looks when I do this. Let's take the SOJ. Holy shit. This is Celto Lion. I added a bunch of Celto songs lately to the playlist. There's a bunch more. Okay, can I make one more of these? Do we have one more of these?
Welcome to the Isles. What do you bring? Beautiful, no?
Which grind going to switch off brain is better, D4 or PA2? Definitely D4. Okay, the ace has 216, 288, and then a bunch of ints. Okay, it's 2.5. It's 40 res per 100 int. Okay. $216, $288. So you have maybe like 200-300. Another class I have like 400 to 600 maybe. That'll be 160 to 240. And then like main class I have like 2,000 to 3,000, I guess. So it'll be 800 to 1,200. So yeah, just baseline you have like 700, 800, 800 to 1k int, and on the alres, and on the in classes it's like 2k. It's like 1k or 2k depending on which class you play, roughly. Okay. And then individual roll is like 3k-ish. So I have 5. Okay, so it kind of checks out, yeah. And then like 1 or 2 alres rolls, you have 6k. Look at that toughness. It's because the cold is so low, cold lighting, they're also low. Does it check out with what I had here? So, toughness. Is the squirt's blouse actually calculated into this? Oh my god, this stacks slowly, what the fuck? It's like 3 seconds each. It's 30 seconds to get this fully stacked. Oof. Can you come back to D4 if you haven't played since Season 3? Ask Blizzard for a ticket. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Stones to cut, gems to string. Challenge next time.
Do you use all stacks? Yeah, I guess so. Let's see. Oh, right here. Yeah, so all stacks are gone. Holy moly, man. It seems like there's an extra delay after taking damage as well. That seems a bit sus. Let's see this again. No. It looked like it. Okay, this was 6 seconds actually until I got the first one. It's like I skipped one. Yeah, again. So there is actually an extra penalty when you get hit before it starts stacking. Five seconds. So it seems to take 5 seconds for the first and then 3 seconds for the other stacks. What the fuck, dude? What is the equivalent of? I wonder if the 5 seconds delay is true even when I just load. Yeah, seems like this is fine. So when you just load into town and back, it seems like it's exactly 3 seconds. Yeah. There's no penalty. What if I spend life? So I got the stack and then lost it immediately. It's kind of funny. Where did my notes go? Did I close it? What about this? Oof. Oh. This works. Hi, Danny. Any other way I can spend life? You can get some funny all-res values materials. I reached like 40k res earlier, right? Could probably push it to 100k. Actually, I wonder where it will start capping out. $88.5. Actually, almost impossible to reach the 90%, man. It's crazy. But I have to go like above 100k or something. And he could roll fizz rays everywhere and stuff, he would probably reach it. Does attack speed matter for Whirlwind? It does, yeah. Anyway. Look at the toughness the Rose Crown actually adds. Life, Fizz. It doesn't have life, I guess. That's not such a big difference though. Minus 1.2. You have pretty good life pool. Like 6% toughness. For the Rose Crown. actually pretty weak. This item. It's actually just not good. Because the rest scales down so hard. Like the Stone of Jordan is very good. But this is not good. You just have too much res. Our Niking Season 15. They have a lot of work to do, for sure. The seasonal content is not exciting, I think. How many DP squirts take? It's 1 stack per second, excuse me. So it's 10 seconds. Resistance has diminishing returns. Yeah, like a lot. Like it actually very quickly gets to the point where adding more res doesn't do much. Like, look at this, I double my res, more than double my res from this item, right? But I only get roughly 10% extra toughness from it. So I go from 24.3% damage taken to 22.1. So if you don't really have like any auras investment at all, then you're gonna have something like this here with like one single rest, one like the charm or something. What is this? So here we have 61.5% damage taken. Here we have 26.6% damage taken. So it's less than half for like one single roll. If I could have a bit of like extra auras roll or something, like 2 auras rolls or 3 auras rolls, then you can have this. So here we have 26.6 and here's 22.8. So this is like 13 or 14% difference. Now look at that difference, 73.4 to 87.6. This is plus 33,000 res. This is like basically double. You take half the damage for, you know, times 9 the res. 26.6 taken, 12.4 taken, yeah. It's all power next season, it will do 3-4 minutes per 350. What is the point of 3 crafting this hard? I mean, first of all, we're not going to do 3-4 minutes 150s. Because this is like with all of the stuff, and at least 1 or 2 things of those are going to get changed. And also, you know, there is like 100 more builds that are not that powerful that could also run a Stone of Jordan and the Orc's Crown. So we should understand how good it is and if it's worth running it. This is not isolated to this build, you know, this is like a, you know, general understanding of how good are these items. Because that will be important for every season going forward, for every build. Oh, it's not even showing in town, that's great. Okay. Anyway, I start blasting. How about we have some fun and we take the big splinter? We do this. Did I test Shock Blizzard? I did not. I don't think I want to change the build very much. It's just gonna be like a lot stronger now. So it's gonna be kinda nice. Oh shit, I have... what the fuck? Oh. Wait. Let's restart this, yeah. Need to double check some stuff. This is fine. Okay. I mean, you could do that orcs shenanigans. Anyway. I guess realistically we should, right? We should do this, and then a normal ring. We have another one. %11.5%. Yeah, Doombringer in unique version. Nice. Does it actually do anything different? No, it still has like the life and stuff, right? Is there any grandfather in normal unique version? I mean, I like to see them, what they do. Good build, I think, guys. What do you say? Kinda nice to unlock 150 like this so easily, actually. You know, 5 in Gamma Kadala for grandfather. That's funny. We find a non-mythic chakra at level 15. Okay, maybe there's something out of them. Maybe they're like dropping like other items that shouldn't drop so often or something. Kind of funny how a blast is elite, but I can't kill the other guys. I lost us down somewhere. Oops. Do we the same builds every season? Is there anything new? I mean, a lot of the builds that were previously too weak for a comfortable T12 play are now good enough for that. So we have like probably a few dozen builds actually across all the classes that are now in that range basically. Because of the season theme and like the general class buffs and so on. A lot of them kind of like flipped into playable territory now. Yeah, I tried out Doom and I was very underwhelmed. And I do expect nerfs for example, overwhelming aspect. So that was not gonna look good for Doom. Oh, interesting. So the 15-second timer starts and it does not refresh at all. Okay, it's not individual 15-second timers. Look, it just keeps going up and up and up. And then after 15 seconds it drops. Interesting. That's gonna be horrible to play with actually if they kill it in the game. Why boss damage is so high? It's an elite. I have overwhelming aspect, which gives a lot of elite damage. I get 34% times 16. Like times 6 roughly. Where's the bubble? I think the bubble doesn't appear when you have all glyphs leveled. Yeah, Wendigo brand is not fixed. They said it's like on the radar, but yeah, they haven't done anything. Wendigo brand could be kind of interesting. Dude, I can't kill these normal trash monsters, it's insane. $40 million toughness, by the way. It's insane, man. But pushing is actually kind of fun with like the stacks management and so on. I think it's actually really interesting, but everywhere else is gonna be kind of awful. I think this stack thing is actually gonna be kind of cool for something like that. Dude, if they ever make something like a wall plants for tower tree, then this would be cool to bring something like that back. I think with the kill streak stuff. That's exactly the sort of things you need, and like Oculus rings and this sort of stuff. They need to do this, man. And then tower will actually be interesting at some point. More D3R. Well, it's just a good system. You know? Like Oculus Ring is a huge deal for, you know, making pushing fun in D3. Why is group play in town not as popular as it was in D3? And because D3 group play was insanely good. Like the best out of any RPG ever, basically. And D4 is like the opposite. And also, it was insanely OP in D3, and in D4, yeah, I mean, who cares about the tower, basically, right? So... Actually, tower pushing would be even easier for this because you can actually kill elites. I can't actually kill a trash. It's hard to kill a trash here. Can we get a non-mythic Cow King crown? Holy. Imagine saying rip Sorg 5 hours into season, people will find another glitch that'll make Sorg clear 150 in 30 seconds. I mean, we didn't really have that in season 14, but season 13 they had like this lightning shenanigans going on. Okay, let's try 150. I can't, man. Where's the thing? I didn't even change like my glyphs or my Paragon boards. Just on that I could probably get like 50% extra damage. I have no transfigures. I'm missing 90 Paragons. I have like almost no items of GAs that matter. Pretty good class, I guess. Visual clarity equals yes, guys. It's very cool. Top hardcore clear, it's 148. I mean, hardcore Sorg is also kind of scuffed with like the that not working sometimes and so on, right? Oh my god, let me click this thing. We have like 40 million toughness, I can't click the fucking Heart of Stone, man. Crazy. Actually, I can stack Bombard in these large pools. Get more stacks, I think I should do that. And then only at the end, when I have like 100 plus stacks, actually use the chains. That hurt. Okay. Bubble! Look, it works. Let's give it a crazy toughness. Yeah, bug abuse mostly. So let's try this. And how much should we go down? I wonder how a 140 would go with justice. Ooh. Okay, we're absolutely blasting through the shit here. Well, I don't actually lose that much damage, but I lose a lot of toughness on this setup. And I actually gain damage. So I guess definitely a bit spooky. Okay, this is completely without the on-kill thing. Let's do plus monster power, yay. The extra life. We can cast all warrior skills are moving now. No, only 3 of them, but 3 pretty important ones. Okay, so I guess the more realistic target is somewhere in like the 140 range before Transfigurers and High Paragon. With no like on-kill stacking. Actually, it's higher because the elite damage is so high, man. Like, I kill these elites faster than trash packs, it's insane. And in tower, you're gonna hunt elites, basically. So yeah. 145 would probably be the target for this sort of gear and Paragon. Okay, enough, I think. Now we just have one question. Do we put Anathema of the Primes in here? I guess. I guess realistically, we're gonna give up Molochs, I guess. Which one is the worst item here? We have 3 empowered skills. 4. That give me 4 empowered skills, so it's 160, 150 core stats. Now you have this thing. That's 52 billion damage and then 200% potency, so this is a bunch of additive. It's 3.5% increased damage times 16. .6. And also giga size. So I think ideally I would equip Hammered Stern and keep the scepter and drop the Molochs. And put a charm here. Excited to play Warlock next season? Yeah, next season is a very good Warlock season. Good idea. Oh my god, one jump is how much? 45 wrath cost. I think no Lucio in here. Wait, is this working correctly? Okay, the tulip is just not showing correctly. It actually costs way more. Jump. What's the Mythics looking like? It could season 14 early. They didn't really change that system, so everything can still be Mythic. The previous Iconics can now also be non-Mythic. They added a bunch of new uniques. That's it, basically. And you have like one upgrade to Mythic now that you can do in the cube, which is actually keeping the stats on the item as it is and making it Mythic. Yeah, I think you're definitely gonna do this armor thing of the primes just to have more mobility and just jump around. I think that's what I already have in the guide actually on Maxwell. So I don't think the build is actually gonna change very much. To be honest, it's just like insanely OP. We changed like a few little things. Good or bad compared to the changes before going into season 14. I mean, I don't like the Mythic system the way it is now. I wish we'd go back to season 13 system. But, nah, that's what it is now. It's a bit better than in season 14. What is terrible misfortune? I think it got transformed into like a chicken or something. How is Blazing Scream so strong? Is it a bug? I got quite some nice upgrades during season 14, I think. And now, I mean, if you use this like on-kill thing, you also like get a lot of kills when you use Blazing Screams. But I mean, this is not something I would count on right now. But yeah, it's just generally kind of like strong. There's like a lot of Hellfire synergies, Molochs, you know, lots of stuff like that. I want to see how fast I can speedrun a pit actually with this setup. Let's see. Roots, compass. This was the mystery chest, okay. So let's do it 120 or something. Let's see if we can do the sub 2 minutes. Tough to do 2 minutes there, I must say. But it feels good with the rampage jump, I must say. The lead feels really nice now as well. Even with the 200 weapon, we have so much attack speed. With the shard and all. Feels good. Okay, 2 minutes. Where can I now find the last guys? Oh, we should check if they fix blood better. Maybe? Considering I have 50 million toughness. Probably not, actually. I think this ticks me for like 5 million damage. Okay, I think we've seen what we need to see on the Apocalypse. We should move on to some other builds. But maybe I'm gonna check out the planner before we do that. I'm gonna be a few minutes. Okay, guys, we're back. Okay. I wanted to check the planner actually that I have. Wait, do I have this on a Discord? Yes, the Apocalypse one. Yeah, we don't actually need his Undying. He was do like a life and hit roll. Let me do Lucian. I didn't actually do this misanthropic because I have to do this. Yeah, besides that, I actually had exactly this stuff, yeah. Then if you put the new things, and here we had Hamlet. We have the gems. Okay, we don't have the stuff yet, so I can't actually make this. Yeah, okay. I mean, nothing really changes that much. I mean, this is more the push up anyway with the Crown of Lucian. And then for a normal endgame, we don't have this. We put like another helm. Okay. Yeah, I think I should go for another build. Backpack Demon, how about that? And then the Eviscerate dot stuff. Mendigo brand, huh? Okay. If the colors are reverted. No, it's still the same as before here. I just don't have a fluid filter on right now that changed the colors and stuff. Interesting, you have to like press one more confirm when you do the skill tree reset, but not on the Paragon. Kinda weird. What new content am I trying? I was trying the seasonal stuff. I also just released a video on it, and oof. The plus 15 boss, yeah. Kind of a joke, I gotta say. Like, they're not even like lair bosses or so, they're just like random, like, dungeon bosses or so. They're like really weak. And then instead of a plus 30 buff, they got a plus 15 buff. So that's kinda strange. Sure, they will fix it in time. Copium. Yes, they will, for sure. Gonna be great, guys. Yeah, I gotta say, even for PTR, it's in a pretty rough shape. You see how much resource we actually now have here. I wonder if Cedar for Horizon will actually carry this. It's not that much resource. And now, Mr. Delicious. I just finished with Apocalypse. We're gonna try some backpack demon action now. With the Fiend of Abaddon. Let's see how this will go. Nice. Oh, maybe we don't need a crit here actually. Let's see. We have an extreme ultra early Tillus. Warlock, Rogue, Barb. And then nothing, nothing, nothing. And then the rest. Oh, it's actually Golden Epiphany. Monarch, Rasputin. Apotheosis. We're gonna keep the Anathema for now. I wonder if their demon actually attacks faster. But they don't really want to do this aspect anyway because they want to jump and it's gonna be horrible. Ugh. This could be an SJ plus Tibbot's angle actually. Might do that. But let's see how the resources feel first. Did the nuke eviscerate? They buffed it actually. Quite a lot in some ways, so we need to figure out what's going on there. Yeah, there was no other dot builds. There's like a Brimstone dot build, but that was like really bad when I tried it in Season 13 with the Brimstones. Okay. It's finally lock season, yeah. It's kind of crazy season actually for Warlock. There is like an upgrade for Helion's thing. I haven't tried it yet, but they made the they gave it like AoEs in some way, so it should be kind of decent. Okay, so it's clearly way slower. Alright, so attack speed matters actually. We need some nameless set. Then we're kinda there. There's also Dreadclaw's Eviscerate 1-cast, so that was also Giga buffed, and there's also like the minion Eviscerate stuff that was more buffed even more. Like it got like a ×5 and a ×2.5 or so. Like the minion Eviscerate stuff should actually be the craziest, but I'm not sure. Yeah, so the Hellion Sting Eviscerate now like explodes or something when you hit something, so sounds kinda nice. I haven't tried it yet. Do you have a lot of toughness? Attack speed and crit, damage reduction, knife. Okay, okay, okay.
Stones to cut, gems to set.
Peanut damage is going live. Yeah, I think the overwhelming aspect is going down a little bit. But this won't be too crazy. And then I think that the, you know, like the whole like Loris Crown Splinter shenanigans is not happening at all. And also bombardment and like demon kills, stacking the, what is that? Black Soulstone, I think is also not happening. Because it specifically says killing enemies. So I wouldn't really trust that to make it live. But either way, even without the Black Soulstone, you're gonna clear 150. And without the Loris Crown. So yeah, maybe there's like some slight nerfs, but it's not really gonna move the needle much. Warlock's gonna do 150, I guess. Unless they do some major target nerfs. Okay. So we got this. Not too much else to roll actually. Most of these items are repurposed. What do I have in the planner here? Sadistic and a Cursed Touch. I don't think Sadistic matters that much. What do you want with this? Well, it could work for Gauntlets of Shale, maybe. It says sacrifice all other Arcane summons. I also have to put the Profane Sentinel on the bar somehow. Which means I think I have to do this. Yeah, okay, we're gonna do SOG and Tybalt socket. Maybe can we trigger this somehow? Also need a sigil. I think no Dark Prison for us, to be honest.
Welcome to the Isles. Keep your treasures close.
That's gonna be interesting. What if I put Fire as instead of Life? But I think Life will still win. Not by that much. Ooh, it's quite a long downtime though to unsolvable. The cooldown. Wait, does he just like pop them? Boom. Oh, he does it like instantly. Interesting. Okay. Wait, why am I unsolvable all the time? Dude, I actually don't have enough RAF to do one single jump. Because I have 78 maximum. And that is with the ball, that gives me more. Really? Wait, what? How's that possible? $112. Season 15 is in 6 weeks. Lunatic any good? Or any build for it yet? It's like the same build as before, and roughly a little bit more powerful, I guess.
What brings you to the ancient isles?
Okay, let's see what happens. Just load up 110 and see if you kill shit. Huh. I mean, okay. Wait. Where's my guy? I think I actually ran out of resources. Okay, toughness is pretty good. Speed is okay. Dude, I literally cannot jump. Wait, what is going on? It doesn't allow me to jump. There's something wrong here with this Lucian. No way it costs that much. What the fuck? Okay, we're like just absolutely one-tapping everything, yeah? Okay, it doesn't let me jump when I have Lucian but not Starless. So the problem is that I dropped the Starless. And then I can do it. Okay, this build is actually working relatively well. Yeah. Even with Starless, man. Crazy. I have Starless and a resource gen. Well, we do have plan B actually. A very good plan B.
Feeling lucky, mainlander? What? This sword. Hey, well done, you.
Step up to my anvil. That's it for that piece.
A little. This sword. They can't all be winners, can they?
We don't even want auras anymore. Kind of strange how this goes. Especially with the Stone of Jordan. We have fizz, we have fire, fire. Why do you all roll 2k? Thank you, Chuck. How did you manage to not acquire a weapon? Like, what are you doing? With 1700 fire rest. Dude, the range on these resistance, that's crazy. 1500 to 3k. Oh, season 15 so far. If you like Warlock, you're gonna like this season, I guess. It's gonna be fun to play a lot of the new builds. Okay, let's take that. Is that real? 1200 armor. That seems like so little.
You know where to find me.
Stones to cut. Jade jewel plucked from the sky.
Wrong resistance, I guess, but unlucky. So now we get basically the same damage buff as Lucian, but without the stacking and without the resource cost. At the cost of 1/3 of our toughness. And we have to never lose barrier. Don't need toughness if we don't take damage. And we take a lot of damage though, that's the thing. Because of this thing. Nice translock. Okay, let's try this again. 215. Yeah, I don't think we actually need the Abodian, now that I think about it. We can drop this entirely and get another skill. What would that be? And I think we want to have one cooldown roll so that we can actually recast this guy before it's over. I think this is relatively critical. Because he lasts exactly 1 minute, has exactly 1 minute cooldown. This means he will probably... I can test this actually. But I think it will probably time out the set out of 3. I think this is how D4 keeps it fresh, rotates seasons of broken crazy bear builds. I mean, it's one way to do it, but it's a pretty shitty way, I guess. I wonder if the ultimate damage actually goes up while it's active. Ah shit. I gotta transform. Yeah, it seems like you can just stack it up. And you have like a really long timer until it drops. Look at it, set out the 3, still up there. So you don't need that cooldown actually. Oh, I never had any of this. Guess we could do nether step. Not 6 million toughness. Okay. 69k life, nice. It costs 5 dominance. Go to Dark Prison. Any other viable classes so far? I mean, everything is viable this time around, I would say. But the 3 best ones are Warlock, Rogue, and Barb. With like a little bit of a margin. Yeah, but Bob is one of the best. I mean, this guy's just one-shotting elites in this tier. Kinda interesting. And we also don't have anything that I consider a danger of getting nerfed. Yo, Fade. Thanks, man. Fade, where's my guy? What? My guy. Didn't it kill Fury build? Yeah, you probably don't run Static anymore. But that was never really a very important condition, let's say. And you might, there might still be some reason to run Static. In fact, they buffed Static, so it's kinda weird. They made it hard to sustain the resources with the Maradnis. But it might be doable. Tibbot's will and stuff. B tier? Nah, Vervin is definitely gonna go in S. I mean, Tibbot is 50 Fury per second before any bonuses. Rallying Cry by itself can give you like, I don't know, 50% extra multi. And then you have like resource gen rolls on like a helm and a ring. So you can easily get like 100 plus Fury per second just from Tibbot's. How many sinners do I have to sacrifice actually? 15, holy shit. That's a lot. Yeah, they need to fix this. So this guy just despawns when you go through the door. That is insane. That needs to be fixed, else this cannot be a build. But otherwise it's actually looking kinda good. It's not like a boss. I think they kill the barb. Like, he don't simply kill barbs. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure what they're doing with like Selig and stuff, but I think a lot of people are kind of over it at this point. Wait, why am I off the map, by the way? Wait a second. What is going on here? Huh. Interesting. I can just walk up there. What is happening? I mean, damage is definitely fine. Let's just destroy C12. I'm fairly certain this build can even do challenge dungeons, guys. That's why I, Ashan. No, I didn't do Eviscerate yet. Get 181 Fury Regen and 180 Fury Regeneration. Okay, is that before or without rallying? Uh-oh, portal. Crit build. Yeah, of course, I mean... The Whirlwind Barb is not really changing very much, I guess, compared to before. It's basically the same thing. It's the other builds on Barb that are getting more interesting. Okay. So Backpack Demon actually kind of works out. I didn't do the Horizon. Monarch, Crossbin, I didn't do this. So this is a Anathema. We have the Molochs equipped. Wendigo is buggy, so we're not doing that. I have Stone or Jordan. Yeah. Unlucky. Wait, why is it? What? Okay, there we go. Yeah, this is actually... seed is not it, actually. How about the furnace? Could do red layering. I wonder if I should actually run this whole bombardment thing, or if I just like spam lunatics to get more dominance. I guess we're ending a reversal otherwise. More the R doesn't hurt, I guess. You can't see the name of the targetables, yeah. Anguish. Pain. Sin. Let's try like a higher pit and see what happens. Just load up, I don't know, 130. 135. See if I can do that. The new unique's already there, just the splinters are missing. Finer. Yeah, 135, I'm not really killing much, yeah. Am I unhindered? What makes me unhindered? I'm just walking through everything. But I don't know why. Yeah, that stuff's too tanky. I don't have to manage him. How do you get the gems in the PTR? There's like a seasonal selection. Yeah. What is making me unhindered? What the hell? The rule of one crafted is not applied, yeah. Okay, let's try 130. Okay, I mean, this will clear 130 relatively comfortably, I think. Unless I go through my barriers and I lose the squirts. We don't actually have like enough defense and barrier jump for this side now. Hello SGHDDHHX. How's it going? 125. Yeah, I really don't want to push at this. I want to find D12 to this and that's it basically. This is just like not really made for this. It has a full health hybrid of metamorphosis, circular bombardment, Blazing Screen Chains. And the dash rampage as the main ability. Do you want to like rampage jump on them to kill them or what? That sounds oof. It probably does like okay damage, but
Step up to my anvil.
I have 26k fire so now. With Stone Jordan. Yeah, there's no changes to wall plans right now, lyrics. There's maybe a spawns second demon that doubles the rampage damage. But there's like this thing here from the Vanguard shard where when you rampage there's like a second guy. If that's what I mean. And I think they were buffed a little bit. I remember trying to do something with that. What do you mean, demo? What about the extra elites? Some people even wear an entire glove for that. Yeah, I think we're moving on to another build. We have... Okay, the Dreadclaw's Eviscerate stuff will be interesting. There's a bunch of stuff in your try and Eviscerate. So right now the Eviscerate guide I have on Maxroll is Rampage based, but I really like the Dreadclaw's version. So I wonder if that's gonna be good enough. I mean, it's getting a ×4. The Mutilation was also buffed at some point. We have the Hand of Apotheosis now. We have the Crown of Lucian now. We have Mythics now. We have the Season Theme. So it's like a ×4, a ×2. Probably another ×2. And I guess like small stuff, maybe another ×2. So I think we're talking about like roughly 50x damage or so compared to last time I played this. It'll be fine, I guess. Or there's even more stuff here. There's like this thing as well now, the Golf Feast. That was buffed. Yo, the boy. Thanks man for the prime. I tried Doom with Dirge. No, I did Doom, but not with Dirge. I went with like a different setup. Because you have like this minus maximum resource and stuff like that, and no seed for Doom. So I think Dirge is not really the way on that. But yeah, Doom was relatively underwhelming, I would say. I mean, okay, you don't need to have the minus maximum resource here. If you avoid this thing, this is avoidable. You could do Dirge. But we have Furnace. I think I was running Furnace or something. And that's also good. Can dock automats without tower contender. I think it should be relatively close to the other builds. 130 is not a cap yet, I think. Yo, Hoove. Thank you, by the way. Where did all these points go? I just have all these points left. Really? Wait, what's going on, Sanitizer? The orcs. What a bad move they made. Yeah, I don't think that the splinters in the crown is intended, so I wouldn't really trust it. Every time you come up here, I'm playing for 7+ hours. Well, that's what I gotta do, I guess. Okay, it just doesn't give me the fucking gloves. What is going on? Oh. Better.
Mainlander, what brings you?
I was trying to get this one.
Care for a game of chance?
Old Beedropper says otherwise. Beedropper says he thinks it's intended that he can put sockets into Rogue's Crown. I mean, the Rogue's Crown is coming in a season where they add the new jewelry sockets. So that would be an argument to say it's supposed to work with the gems. But 92% damage reduction. I don't know about that, man. What's in Discord now? Oh. Please revert. That'll be nice actually. Just revert.
What brings you to the ancient isles?
Hmm. I mean, there's still a good chance I can just nerf things, right? They might nerf the heroics, they might nerf the splinters. They might nerf Sork, they might nerf Necro, exactly. I never know.
What do you seek?
I'll be here, swinging away. Oh, what is a waitress, isn't it?
We don't want our orcs to be useless for seasons without splinters. How about you just fix the orcs to be not useless? I think that's actually a very good solution. Let me sock the whole ring into the helm. I mean, if they ever make something like real legendary gems or something, then it could be kind of interesting to, like, you know, have 3 here, and then with Lord's Crown you can have a 4th one. Or something like that. Okay, one cold. Cold poison. Cold poison lightning, maybe.
Welcome to the Isles. What do you bring?
Already missing the gems.
Next time.
Okay, we can't go for the life one here. So they might go for the crit one for the attack speed after all. Well, that's not bad. Okay, we have fire, poison, all, lightning, cold, this. Something cool will be cool, yeah. Ignition starting make a bit of Jack and Shell and Blood Mad. Hardcore friendly. Yeah. When Spiritborn is down bad as it looks, I can understand why you go for Jack and Shell and Blood Mad. You have to make it work somehow. Who here is a Blood Mad enjoyer, guys? Ah, shit. I was crafting these here to try to socket them, but I realized I can't actually socket anything there. You want to gold piece aspect or your curse touch on this. When you get gem fragments, the material option is gems, but you have to click it quite often to get enough. FML. Here we go. Apparently evade is back, I hear. Like still weaker than the counter storm stuff, but apparently it's a thing again. Not sure exactly what happened there. Okay, we have to find an aspect here. Get a duelist, I guess. Paragon board and spinels just give enough damage to actually be speed farmer again. Is the new Paragon board that good actually? It didn't seem like much better than other boards. Should be a different status. Okay, 150. Okay, didn't realize the new board is that big. That certainly needs to help. It's for feathers and for storms, right? And then they have the season theme. And they have stuff like squirts, I guess, or something, maybe. Okay, I can kind of see it.
Wise to seek an Ascari where stones are concerned.
He died left and right playing Evade last season. Yeah, I can imagine.
Back to it then.
Without spinners, Evade will be impossible in hardcore. Yeah, F. It's kind of funny because Evade used to be like the tankiest Spirit Bomb build. By like a good margin. Because you just had nothing to put anywhere, so just put life everywhere. Plus you were like shooting off screen and stuff. And now it's like... pfft. How do you get a transfigure in prisons? You have to run the Undercity tributes. The ingenuity. There's a bargain for it. Make sure you spec into the goblins. Okay, I think we have stuff. Let's do this. Okay, okay. Let's do this. So we have Rampage and Nether Step. I kind of don't like combining the two, to be honest. So I think I might change this. But I'm not sure what else to put here, so... There's an ICD now on the amulet. Oof. Okay, let's try it. While we're at it. Not that tanky. But okay, we have a lot of... the dominance gen. That jump is like really fast, man. What the fuck? Need multiple hits for sure for this guy here. This does not look too promising. Oh boy. How much attack speed do we have? 100% actually. Okay, we attack speed capped. Man, this Drag Claws Wizard is just so weak, man. It's actually crazy. Yeah, okay, the damage is way too low on this thing. Crazy. The least screen clutter walk, bro, that's true. You can actually see something here. Incredible. Also has very high attack speed. Probably the fastest attacking build. I'm not really too optimistic about this, I must say. Start like a pit or something. So like 110 speed run. If it's time to brimstone, I don't think it's time to brimstone actually. I think it's never time to brimstone if you ask me. Yeah, I mean, the coverage is not great. The damage is definitely not great. I mean, the coverage is kind of okay, I feel. But honestly, I wouldn't mind if it just said something like, oh, fires triple the amount of projectiles or so. And I think this will just feel a little better. The screen clutter needs to get on the level of the other builds. This one is the odd one out here. Nah. I think this is a lost cause here with this Drag Claws thing. Very tanky. Also, I realize I'm actually not ever spawning this Hellworm. I've just digital summons. I'm not getting the worm. Unlucky. But is that really bad, actually, the Hellworm? Because I think it only shoots like one of these saw blades. But it might actually still contribute. God, this is a slow run. Apocalypse feels like a zooming compared to this. Oh, strat. Yeah, eviscerate version of it is not great. I'm gonna try more, I think. This is really hopeless. Even if I do some shenanigans with like, I don't know, Golden Epiphany Seal or something, I think we can really save this. Like even if I have to damage the one-shot everything, it's not even fast. If I just play like regular Rampage Eviscerate, I will be faster and it can go like 15 tiers up or from the air or something. But it's not even the same universe. I see like a Belial. You just watched the video on the season mechanics. Yeah, oof. They have some work to do for sure. Hellion is the way. I'm definitely gonna try some Hellion Sting. I wanna see what the effect actually does. So that might be something. Yeah, I mean it bosses when you hit like overlap all of the hits. You can definitely feel that the boss damage is actually comparably good, I guess. But I mean, still, you know, it takes a while for like a random T12 Belial. What build is this? This is Eviscerate with Drag Claws. Yeah, Ravenous Jaws build. Sorry about Sean. Yeah. I mean, if you really want to play it, it works, I guess, but not great. Oh. Yeah, it's kind of a shame here because it's like a relatively comfy playstyle, and you know, it's a bit like a multi-shot Demon Hunter, so. Look at that. He's dead. It's just like a ball of fur stretched out. What the hell, man? That's a mob, yeah. It's a automatic mob, actually. So I have to give him a bit of water and some crumbs every day, and then the entire house is clean. Okay. Guys, I'm gonna go though. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm gonna be here a bit earlier, even tomorrow. I'm gonna finish the eviscerate testing on the other setups, and then we'll see what else. And then maybe can start another class later tomorrow as well. I guess Soar could be interesting. Bunch of Bob stuff I want to do, bunch of Rogue stuff. Probably gonna try to make the Fist of the Heavens paladin at some point, so yeah. Good night, guys.